The special collection consists of the Malaysiana collections and Sarakiana collections. To complete these, we have the collections suits our junior reader. Now, these collections are available for the younger user at the Children Infotech, which is the ground floor of the library. Aside from that, we have computers available for you at the same floor in the Multimedia Gallery MMG. To use the computer, make sure that you have registered as a member of the library. Then, just fill in the logbook at the registration counter, and that is about it. Other than the mentioned material, other material is accessible online. For the convenience of our user, we provide online services as well.
I'm talking about the online public access catalog OPAC. All our collections are registered in the OPAC, whereby it can be accessed anytime, anywhere. With that being said, by simply looking up www.librarynet.com.my, user get to check the availability of the books that they are interested in online.
OPAC also allow user to locate the materials that they want by obtaining the call number of the book. Call number can be seen at the spine of the book.
In other words, you can browse our OPAC and locate the material that you want and reserve it if the status is checked out at the comfort of your home. How convenient is that?
In the case that the book is available in other library, loaning book is made possible with the interlibrary loan, whereby user could loan books from other library with just a fee of 2 ringgit. What's more, bulk loan is available for institution or agency that have registered with the library. This institution can loan up to 50 to 200 books without fee. Aside that, we have vast online database collection exclusively for our member. Our online databases includes journal, magazine, newspaper, and books. To enjoy the unlimited pass, simply log in using the username and password that you have created during registration. Other than browsing the OPEC for books and accessing the online database, you could also do an online renewal and request for books too. Wi-Fi is available for our user at the library compound. To connect to the Wi-Fi, select LibraryNet from the list of Wi-Fi available, and a pop-up will appear asking for the username and password that you have created during registration. Fill that in and you have the access.
Now all these are accessible to our member for free. You heard that right, for free.
To register, simply provide the librarian at the registration counter on the ground floor with your identification card or passport. The librarian will guide you to fill in a short online form. Activation will be done immediately after you press the submit button. Just remember to approach the librarian for your membership activation. Renewal of membership done yearly.
Like the registration, the renewal of membership is also free. Having the habit of misplacing things? Afraid not, we do not provide our user with membership card. However, to access all the services and for future transaction, you will only need to show our librarian your IC.
Our membership are open to the public starting from kids age 4. In addition, you have registered and have forgotten your username or password, approach the friendly librarian and they will surely lend you a hand.
Now on to the do's and don'ts in the library. While we are striving to provide you with the best services, please adhere to the followings. No food and flavored drinks allowed in the library. No smoking at the library. Keep your volume to minimum when you are in the library. Remember to leave books that have been taken out from the shelf at the trolley provided or the counter. Do not leave your personal belongings unattended. The library is not a playground, therefore books are not toys. For this and more information on the Sarawak State Library, head to our website
www.pustaka-sarawak.com.
Feel free to give us a call at 082-442-000 or drop us an email to librarian@sarawak.gov.my. Stay tuned for all events or activity hosted by the library, or for any updates and announcement, follow us on our social media, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Well, that is all from me. See you at the library.
In an era where knowledge can bring so much joy to the world, where knowledge can be earned from the tip of your fingertips, Pustaka Negeri Sarawak aims to provide that necessity to the people of the far and near, with facilities that is equipped with the up-to-date technology. Research and studies would be a breeze. Understanding the needs of the many, where knowledge seeking is crucial for the growth of the mind. We made it our ultimate goal to serve you the best knowledge center available. Outside our walls, we go and reach out to users and potential users in hard-to-reach areas. We'd go over and beyond by traveling to the suburbs to spread knowledge. To enlighten them through several knowledge activities via Pustaka's knowledge resources in our collection. Our responsibility to share latest technology and information. This way, we can ensure that the passion to seek knowledge never fades. It is our utmost mission to cater for and exceed the expected information needs of our users. For such noble cause, we study the profiles of our varied users to undermine their information requirements, get the needed information resources in whatever available formats, printed, non-print or online, and match them with the requirements. We take the extra miles of informing users about our rich information resources and tell them step by step how to identify, select, retrieve, and use these resources. We want our users to be literate in information and knowledge. We want them to be our knowledge beneficiaries. As our priority to preserve the knowledge and our heritage collections, we are committed to provide the user with access for those special and unique collections of Sarawak. With the facilities for storage and repositories, we ensure all the collections and public records which are more than 25 years old, and other documents, papers, instruments, statutes and statutory order, regulations or decrees directed by State Secretary to be maintained, preserved and kept in the State Depository on account of their historical value or public importance. We are eager to expand by preserving the collections through legal deposits, donation, bequeath, oral history and also transfer of public records for permanent preservation, regardless of its format and media. By creating standard bibliographic records, we will ensure the library resources or materials published in Sarawak can be accessed and will be preserved for future generations. We are going beyond boundaries in order to guide, advise and train all Sarawak government agencies with focus on the implementation of records and archives, management practices and standards thoroughly for Sarawak civil service. Researchers can use our facilities to do research on specific materials, whereby assistance is always available.
Having been here almost 20 over years as a user of Pustaka, it has been a very encouraging experience. Looking at the staff, how they operate this place, and for the past 20 years, this place is still in a very good shape, and it's even better now. So this is something that is very encouraging for us as users.
I think the best thing is that the library actually somehow in a small way that changed my life. First of all, I think the best is that I don't have to buy so many books. And then you don't have to search so far away, but you already can find it in the library. It makes my life easier. You can see, maybe you say reader is very confined to this, maybe very introvert, but actually the books make you more extrovert, meaning that you can actually connect with people better. Thank you very much, Pustaka Negeri Sarawak.
Welcome to the Sarawak State Library, one of the most unique libraries in the world that is surrounded by a park. Whether you are in need of learning materials, reference material, conducive learning environment, the free Wi-Fi, a recreational place for you and your family, or if you're a fitness junkie and looking for a place to jog or work out, the Sarawak State Library got that covered for you.
Hi, my name is Charlie. Let me introduce you to the Sarawak State Library. Other than the Sarawak State Library in Kuching, we have other branch which includes the Sarawak State Library Miri branch and the State Record Repository. The State Library houses a variety of collections which includes the main collection, the reference, the special collections and electronic collections. The main collections include topics ranging from philosophy, religion, social sciences, languages, pure science, technology, art, literature, and history.
We do have non-fictional collection to suit your leisure reading. Did I mention that we have newspaper that we update daily and are available in the newspaper room? No, we have that too. The reference material range from dictionaries, manuals, handbooks, encyclopedias, and atlases. The reference material can be identified from the red label at the spine of the book. These materials are only to be used in the library and not to be borrowed. Photostating is allowed. Simply purchase the photocopy card at the circulation counter level 1. The special collection consists of the Malaysiana collections and Sarakiana collections. To complete these, we have the collections suits our junior reader. Now, these collections are available for the younger user at the Children Infotech, which is the ground floor of the library. Aside from that, we have computers available for you at the same floor in the Multimedia Gallery MMG. To use a computer, make sure that you have registered as a member of the library. Then, just fill in the logbook at the registration counter, and that is about it. Other than the mentioned material, other material is accessible online. For the convenience of our user, we provide online services as well.
I'm talking about the Online Public Access Catalog OPAC. All our collections are registered in the OPAC, whereby it can be accessed anytime, anywhere. With that being said, by simply looking up www.librarynet.com.my, user get to check the availability of the books that they are interested in online.
OPAC also allow user to locate the materials that they want by obtaining the call number of the book. Call number can be seen at the spine of the book.
In other words, you can browse our OPAC and locate the material that you want and reserve it if the status is checked out at the comfort of your home. How convenient is that?
In the case that the book is available in other library, loaning book is made possible with the interlibrary loan, whereby user could loan books from other library with just a fee of 2 ringgit. What's more, book loan is available for institution or agency that have registered with the library. This institution can loan up to 50 to 200 books without fee. Aside that, we have vast online database collection exclusively for our member. Our online databases includes journal, magazine, newspaper, and books. To enjoy the unlimited pass, simply log in using the username and password that you have created during registration. Other than browsing the OPAC for books and accessing the online database, you could also do an online renewal and request for books too. Wi-Fi is available for our user at the library compound. To connect to the Wi-Fi, select LibraryNet from the list of Wi-Fi available, and a pop-up will appear asking for the username and password that you have created during registration. Fill that in and you have the access.
Now all these are accessible to our member for free. You heard that right, for free.
To register, simply provide the librarian at the registration counter on the ground floor with your identification card or passport. The librarian will guide you to fill in a short online form. Activation will be done immediately after you press the submit button. Just remember to approach the librarian for your membership activation. Renewal of membership done yearly.
Like the registration, the renewal of membership is also free. Having the habit of misplacing things? Afraid not, we do not provide our user with membership card. However, to access all the services and for future transaction, you will only need to show our librarian your IC.
Our membership are open to the public starting from kids age 4. In addition, you have registered and have forgotten your username or password, approach a friendly librarian and they will surely lend you a hand.
Now on to the do's and don'ts in the library. While we are striving to provide you with the best services, please adhere to the followings. No food and flavored drinks allowed in the library. No smoking at the library. Keep your volume to minimum when you are in the library. Remember to leave books that have been taken out from the shelf at the trolley provided or the counter. Do not leave your personal belongings unattended. The library is not a playground, therefore books are not toys. For this and more information on the Sarawak State Library, head to our website
www.pustaka-sarawak.com.
Feel free to give us a call at 082-442-000 or drop us an email to librarian@sarawak.gov.my. Stay tuned for all events or activity hosted by the library, or for any updates and announcement, follow us on our social media, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Well, that is all from me. See you at the library.
In an era where knowledge can bring so much joy to the world, where knowledge can be earned from the tip of your fingertips, Pustaka Negeri Sarawak aims to provide that necessity to the people of the far and near, with facilities that is equipped with the up-to-date technology. Research and studies would be a breeze. Understanding the needs of the many, where knowledge seeking is crucial for the growth of the mind, we made it our ultimate goal to serve you the best knowledge center available. Outside our walls, we go and reach out to users and potential users in hard-to-reach areas. We'd go over and beyond by traveling to the suburbs to spread knowledge. To enlighten them through several knowledge activities via Pustaka's knowledge resources in our collection. Our responsibility to share latest technology and information. This way, we can ensure that the passion to seek knowledge never fades. It is our utmost mission to cater for and exceed the expected information needs of our users. For such noble cause, we study the profiles of our varied users to undermine their information requirements, get the needed information resources in whatever available formats, printed, non-print or online, and match them with the requirements. We take the extra miles of informing users about our rich information resources and tell them step by step how to identify, select, retrieve, and use these resources. We want our users to be literate in information and knowledge. We want them to be our knowledge beneficiaries. As our priority to preserve the knowledge and Sarawak heritage collections, we are committed to provide the user with access for those special and unique collections of Sarawak. With the facilities for storage and repositories, we ensure all the collections and public records which are more than 25 years old, and other documents, papers, instruments, statutes and statutory order, regulations or decrees directed by State Secretary to be maintained, preserved and kept in the State Depository on account of their historical value or public importance. We are eager to expand by preserving the collections through legal deposits, donation, bequeath, oral history, and also transfer of public records for permanent preservation, regardless of its format and media. By creating standard bibliographic records, we will ensure the library resources or materials published in Sarawak can be accessed and will be preserved for future generations. We are going beyond boundaries in order to guide, advise and train all Sarawak government agencies with focus on the implementation of records and archives, management practices and standards thoroughly for Sarawak civil service. Researchers can use our facilities to do research on specific materials, whereby assistance is always available.
Having been here almost 20 over years as a user of Pustaka, it has been a very encouraging experience. Looking at the staff, how they operate this place, and for the past 20 years, this place is still in a very good shape, and it's even better now. So this is something that is very encouraging for us as users.
I think the best thing is that the library actually somehow in a small way that changed my life. First of all, I think the best is that I don't have to buy so many books, and then you don't have to search so far away, but you already can find it in the library. It makes my life easier. You can see, maybe you say reader is very confined to this, maybe very introvert, but actually the books make you more extrovert, meaning that you can actually connect with people better. Thank you very much, Pustaka Negeri Sarawak.
Welcome to the Sarawak State Library, one of the most unique libraries in the world that is surrounded by a park. Whether you are in need of learning materials, reference material, conducive learning environment, the free Wi-Fi, a recreational place for you and your family, or if you're a fitness junkie and looking for a place to jog or work out, the Sarawak State Library got that covered for you.
Hi, my name is Charlie. Let me introduce you to the Sarawak State Library. Other than the Sarawak State Library in Kuching, we have other branch which includes the Sarawak State Library Miri branch and the State Record Repository. The State Library houses a variety of collection which includes the main collection, the reference, the special collections and electronic collections. The main collections include topics ranging from philosophy, religion, social sciences, languages, pure science, technology, art, literature, and history.
We do have non-fictional collection to suit your leisure reading.
Good morning, everyone. Such an honor and privilege for me to be able to welcome you all here to this very important event, and what a wonderful way to start off our weeks, wouldn't you say? So it's just, again, a delight to be back here in Sarawak. I'm usually based out of Kuala Lumpur, and actually had the privilege of visiting Sarawak for the first time earlier this year after the COVID restrictions were loosened a bit. And now we're even more thrilled to be able to bring in American expert speakers into Malaysia. And of course, that is our raison d'etre this morning, having Ms. Jill Masan here with us, along with the other esteemed panelists who will be discussing this important topic later on with us this morning. But before I get into that amount of detail, I wanted to start off again by thanking the beautiful, the staff and the director of the beautiful location here, Pustaka Sarawak. We're always thrilled to partner with the Pustaka and believe a lot in the value of the partnership in terms of providing resources and services to the community on a wide range of issues, including, of course, women's empowerment. So we do have our American corner here. And again, we're always delighted to come back to this beautiful event. I'd like to also thank the chairman of Azam Sarawak, who I had the privilege of meeting this morning. So thank you to you, sir, YB Dr. William Patrick Nigor, who has experienced different aspects of the United States himself, and he and I were chatting a bit about the sharing of best practices among Malaysians and Americans and the importance of continuing that dialogue. So really thrilled to be able to do that this morning. So now getting to the specific, the heart, the meat, if you will, of the talk we have here this morning. Empowering women through technology. What a fascinating and important topic. I hope you would all agree. But I wanted to give a little bit of a larger umbrella perspective of why we brought Jill here to Malaysia and the importance of our overall campaign on women's empowerment. I hope you are all familiar with our campaign, Wanita Empowered. It began in 2020, and the U.S. Embassy started the Wanita Empowered campaign because of our belief and commitment to the fact that empowering women and girls in Malaysia and around the world really does benefit communities, families, countries across the globe. And so we actually have one of the flagship programs of the Wanita Empowered campaign called the Academy for Women Entrepreneurs that focuses on developing and building skills among women entrepreneurs, aspiring women entrepreneurs, but also those who have an array of experience and are looking to utilize technology to level up their skills and their acumen as business professionals. So that is really one aspect that we're hoping to touch on during Jill's program, which she has been doing throughout her tour of Malaysia that has taken her from KL to Penang to Sabah, and of course ending here in Sarawak. What a perfect place to end the tour. So with that, we are hoping to, we actually plan to host a regional summit in March of 2023, and would welcome you all to reach out to us for more information on that. It's going to be on a regional summit for the Academy for Women Entrepreneurs, participants, alumni, stakeholders, but also to shine a light again on the value of creating this cohesive ecosystem for women entrepreneurs. And again, the importance of leveraging technology and leveling up in terms of their overall acumen as entrepreneurs and business professionals. So with that, I'm thrilled and excited to hear Jill and all of the other esteemed panelists' discussion on this important and key topic this morning. And once again, a huge thank you to the chairman, to the Pustaka Sarawak, to Azam, and to all of the organizers. A warm welcome to you all.
Thank you very much, Ms. for the speech. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure to invite Yang Raja Dato' William Patrick Nigo, Chairman of Azam Sarawak, to deliver his speech. Yang Raja Dato', please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm thrilled and I'm honored to be here today to present the opening address on what I thought was a very special topic of empowerment of women. I think we do not talk very much about. I mean, we have some ideas of it. I think it's a good idea, and it's really kind of progress socially and community-wise for us. So I think it's a good idea. But before I start, I have to go to the pleasantries, and I'd like to say selamat datang and good morning. Welcome to the cultural affairs officer, Ms. Catherine Leong from the US Embassy. Ms. Jill Finlayson, who is speaker today, and Ismail, the chairman of Azam Sarawak, CEO of Azam, Julius Sim. I don't know whether the CEO of Pustaka is Pustaka here. No. Anyway, Janet of Pustaka and also from the Western Nations involved in this. And I'd like to thank you very much to Pustaka for allowing us to use your auditorium today. I think all the guest speakers, moderators, and panelists, members of Azam, and participants, gentlemen, good morning to all of you. I have a speech prepared for me. We don't have to prepare speeches, but I mean, technology has been described as a great equalizer, and in particular, the economy, because of its fast-changing nature and its pervasive nature as well. It is applied in every walks of life, every levels of life, and any human endeavors, that it becomes a powerful tool. So it is a tool for self-advancement as well. And like with experience and records of trends have shown that digital technology not only help open the doors for women, I mean, it helps open the doors for women to try out new areas, blaze new trails, and progress exponentially in various sectors. Among the most highly paid and the most powerful women in the world today include women technopreneurs and social media influencers. So you can see the power of digital technology. So possibility seems limitless, but I would also like to say this: technology could also not just be an equalizer; it could be a divider as well. Before I was in the government, I was the director of the state IT department. I actually set it up. I set up the IT department. I'm director for 15 years, and we did our very best to push for digitalization and providing online services to the people of Sarawak. But I always realized it could be a divider instead of equalizer. For the simple reason that nobody has access or nobody could afford that access to ICT or technology or digital technology. So there was a situation where we actually opened up the recruitment system for Sarawak civil service. We advertised jobs online, and people could apply or people could update their profiles online. It was very good because we did our papers. But I realized that when we open it up, Sarawakians or anybody from anywhere in the world, in London or New York or whatever, in Tokyo, could actually get access faster than some of our people down here who are in the rural areas, who don't have access to technology, who didn't have access, who could not afford to have access to technology. They couldn't afford the mobile devices or they couldn't afford the devices and they did not have coverage. And number two, they might not have the skills to use it. So it was ironic. When we opened up jobs, university students from Sarawak, university students who are from overseas, studying overseas, sometimes applied much earlier than our own locals who went back to the village, the kampong, and didn't have access to it. So I felt that it was a divider. So I would like to say, I mean, I'm not trying to spoil your mood here. I'm just saying that it's a double-edged sword. We have to be careful about this. It could empower, it could be a barrier. I mean, not just women, I'm just saying about communities from my experience. And then you remember when during the pandemic lockdown, there were 2 years when we had lockdown, and schools and universities offered teaching online. Remember how difficult it was for some of our students in rural areas who could not access their studies. Some teachers, I mean, there were stories of them having to climb trees, climb up hills to get signals for their mobile devices. And those are the people who could afford mobile devices. Now, not everybody could afford mobile devices. And number two, even if mobile devices, nobody could afford to sustain or maintain and pay for mobile services online. I mean, in rural areas, even if you have the money, you could not pay because you don't have access to begin with. So things like this, I think I feel a bit cautious about the word empowerment. So yeah, it's a equalizer, but at the same time, you have to be careful that it doesn't become a divider. I have experienced, I mean, I don't have experience, but I felt that in my life, I've seen it. So that's it on the spoiler mood. I'm just saying that the opportunities for elevating women's development as well as their contribution to society are diverse, from family development to entrepreneurship, as well as social trends and values and cultural ideas. I think those are things that I noticed that women are very good at. I mean, like TikTok, if you look at particularly TikTok, a lot of the influencers and social media is actually women. Actually. So that is a form of empowerment, and they do have they actual cultural influences, and those are very important. And we talk about decision making and stakeholders involvement. I mean, including women. Technology actually provides for that. So here in Sarawak, we have yet to fully explore and tap into these potentials in efforts to further advance women in various sectors of socio-economic development. I would like to put social development and cultural development as well. So it's not just socio-economic. I think the word empowerment here should be as broad as possible. Good positive vibes or good positive cultural influences and values are equally important. As such, much remains to be done for Sarawak in this area. So, talks and knowledge building on the subject matter such as these, as what we are having today, are among very important initiatives that to help enlighten and update not only the women but also relevant enablers and related development in agencies, related development agencies in education sector. So empowerment as well in terms of education, like technology would allow you to upgrade your skills, upgrade your knowledge. I think that's very important as well. So it's not necessarily that you become an influencer or become a decision maker, but you become a better person. You become somebody that get involved and participates in society, participates in democracy. Because I personally believe democracy is not about voting every 5 years. Democracy is about participating in decision making in your own life. This is my view. So I think that if you are empowered with technology, you are empowered because of the skills and because of knowledge, because of technology, and then you are allowed to you are empowered to participate in decision making because of technology. I think that's what we should be doing. So that's what I think is the whole lesson of democracy and empowerment. It's not about just acquiring knowledge, but being able to participate in decision making that affects you, your communities, and your life, and perhaps for the betterment of yourself and your community and of nature and environment. This is how I feel about it. We have been having Azam has been having collaboration with the US Embassy as early as far back as the early 1980s, and through the partnership over the years, Azam had the privilege of hosting guest speakers from diverse professional background and co-hosted development awareness talks, upskilling workshops, mentoring women, the youth, media practitioners, among others. In recent years alone, Azam and US Embassy had hosted a series of development talks and training, which were conducted by notable women leaders in technology and entrepreneurship, not only in the USA, but also internationally. In 2014, there was a talk for women and youth workshop on shaping visionary and competitive Y generation entrepreneurs. It was conducted by Miss Lucille Newcomb, a prominent trainer and consultant in entrepreneurship, especially for women from Newcomb Global Group incorporated in USA. In 26, we had a talk on lessons from Silicon Valley, how to take the best of Silicon Valley and make your own. An workshop for youth with the theme, The Next New Thing, Trends and Disruptions in the World of Venture Capital and Startup, by Deborah Najib, Director of Software Strategy, IBM Venture Capital Group, USA. In 2017, we had a talk on Silicon Valley innovation ecosystem and how and why entrepreneurship, corporate internal incubators and startup ecosystem in the Silicon Valley works. It was by Ms. Reka Kamat, who serves as on the board of Fast Forward, an accelerator for technology non-profits based in San Francisco, USA. If you notice, the speakers that we had with the US Embassy over the years were all women. I don't know whether it was deliberate, but it shows that there's a lot to learn from women from around the world. Indeed, for the efforts to ensure women empowerment through technology are far-reaching and yield the desired goals, multi-stakeholder collaborations are essential. For this, Azam, I highly appreciate the various agencies that have kindly come on board to support our programs today. Namely, number one, the Ministry of Women, Early Childhood and Community Wellbeing Development Sarawak, Sarawak Federation of Women Initiatives, SFWI, Chairman, who is Chairman this year, Yang Bagia Datuk Narati Ismail, so a board member of Azam, Sarawak Retail Economy Corporation, Jenuban, SDC, thank you very much. TV Sarawak, TVS, Associated Country Women of the World, ACWW, Southeast Asia and the Far East, President Nurjana Ghazali, this year, I think, and Pustaka Negeri Sarawak. On behalf of Azam and our co-organizers, the American Corner Sarawak, I would like to record our heartfelt gratitude to our guest speaker, Ms. Finlayson, to all the panelists and the guest moderator. We also thank organizations that have sent their participants to this event. We are blessed to have participants joining our programs today via Zoom from a number of locations to other states. Thanks to SDEC and the various digital innovation hubs around Sarawak. It is our hope that all participants will get much useful takeaway from our discussion this morning. I wish to record our thanks to the media who are here with us. On behalf of Azam, I wish to call upon our media to continue to work with us to keep our state development stakeholders well informed of the latest socioeconomic policies, development trends, and programs. These include educating the people on ever-changing and development landscapes and due to rapid evolution in digital technologies and digitalization trends globally. I wish to add that on the 9th of next month, we have too much activities in collaboration with the US Embassy and some of the partners today. So also emphasizing on women development. So please stay in touch with Azam, our Azam headquarters, for more details on this coming program. With that, on behalf of Azam and all our partners today, it is my pleasure to officiate this morning's talk on empowering women to technology. Thank you very much.
Come to the highlight program of this morning. For this, may we invite Ms. Jane Finlayson, speaker for today, to begin the session. Ms. Finlayson.
Slideshow. Option. There should be an option for slideshow. Yeah.
Sorry.
That looks good.
So you need
Yeah, looks good up there.
sorry.
Thank you. I know. Okay. This is the panel.
This presentation.
Oh, this is the wrong one. Sorry. There's two presentations.
Which one is one?
The other one. They look similar. No.
Which one?
Sorry.
It's okay. Okay.
First one.
Yeah. Jadi kadang actually ada
Should be number 13.
buka email. Coba untuk ini tak si download tak? Sepatutnya ini ada 3 di situ.
That's 14. There's one that says Malaysia 13. There's the
Bukan. No.
sorry.
It's okay. Pustaka. Ada sikit lagi yang pun slide.
Slide, belum desktop.
Apa ni buat slide ni? Slide tak sedap ah. Slide tak sedap. Ya, ada sikit slide ni kalau kamu pun Gmail kamu nak buka. Mari kita cek. Sini kita download.
Yang di boleh jangan kami.
Saya beli kita salah slide.
Nah, kami dah dari YouTube saya. Cepat. Cek dulu tu. Nah, itu apa sih?
Kami kalau dengan kita ada Gmail mas.
Nah, ada. Itu yang beri tu. Oh. Apa kata kita buka email kita?
Kami ingat password tiba-tiba salah. So kami coba dengan kita.
Oh, ini coba di gmail.com.
Kami
Syabwan. Gmail. gmail.com. Siapa kok email orang lain tak? Belum lagi.
mau double T dah.
Ya,
Double N dah.
Oh,
Right. Kami
gmail.com. Alamak. Christina. Did we find number 13? Yes, we did. Excellent. Thank you so much. Back to you. Yeah. Ini tadi. Kan. Kan. Tak. Saya dah versi dalam Zoom. Ini tak. Tak nak. Tak pasti nak. Tak pasti. Yang saya buka 13 nak. Ini nak. Kunci suat dah ni gelap. Eh, 14. Apa namanya tadi? 15. Okay. Uh, tak ada nak? Is this the one? Sekejap aku nak tak. Cik, high control. Change the.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay.
Hello, welcome everybody, and I want to thank our host for that wonderful introduction, the wonderful remarks. Thank you, Catherine Biop, for your comments. Thank you, Dr. Miguel, for your remarks. I actually took a number of notes from both of your presentations, and I want to start out with some comments on the words that you shared, because I think the words that you shared and the vision that you have is so important. And I want to really start with recognizing that contribution, the vision that you have here. So Catherine, you said level up, and it's about leveling up, right? And it's not just about leveling up ourselves, leveling up our girls, leveling up our entrepreneurs, our scientists. It's about leveling up our communities, our economies. It's about leveling up our global cooperation. And so as we go through this, you'll see me talk about different ways we can level up. So I want to thank you for that introduction. From your perspective, Dr. Nigu, blazing new trails. So your view that technology is in fact an equalizer and it's enabling people to blaze new trails. This is a huge thing to say. And it's an important thing to say. And I'm so excited that you recognize that it's not just about, being more digital and being able to run a business better. It really is about blazing new trails, and that women need to be part of the creation of new technologies. I also like the fact that you called it out. It can be a divider as well. If we don't ensure equitable access and affordability, we're basically cutting off our economy, because we're cutting out people who would be coming up with these ideas, who would be building these companies and generating revenue. And so if we don't deal with the upfront costs, we don't get the big revenue on the other flip side. So I think that that's really exciting. You also brought up COVID. And I think COVID was really, really interesting because it did a bunch of things. You gave the example of teaching online and this idea that, in fact, some students had to climb trees to get internet. In the United States, it was not a lot better. Some students had very shaky or very poor internet. They couldn't turn their video on Zoom because it was too unstable. A lot of them were working from home. And where was home? Sometimes it was with extended family living in the house. One young lady told me how she would go into a room. She had to sit on a folding chair because they didn't have enough really good chairs or proper chairs to sit on. So she would sit on a folding chair and she'd be on her Zoom call with her class, and her grandparents would come in and say in Spanish, "Why are you spending all your time on the computer? Stop that." Because they didn't understand, right? They did not understand that she was doing important schoolwork. And so these problems of access are actually quite universal, and they're quite important that we address it. And we'll talk through why some of those reasons in the next part of this. There is also this opportunity to ensure that it doesn't become a divider. We need to have people creating, you talked about new industries, the influencers, and different ways that people are creating economic value on the internet. And so as we look to the future, empowering people to take advantage of these new tools, empowering them to be part of the new economy is so important. And that's what we're here to talk about today. So let's go ahead and get started. I wanted to review the future of work. I think, a lot of what I'm going to say is in fact known to you and common sense, but we also want to talk about it from the perspective of what can we do about it as well. So the future of work, this is a video that was put together by Singularity University. I worked there for a period of time, and Singularity was interesting because it was very future focused. Don't plan for the way people interact with you today, plan for how they will be interacting with you because it's changing so very quickly. And what you're seeing here, of course, is digitization. All those things are being digitized that used to be very analog. They're all becoming very digital. And I would go so far as to remove one more thing, which is the table, because now we don't actually have to go to the office. We can work from wherever we are. I'm working from here today. So it's already here. The future of work is already here. We have a very different world. And, harkening back to that conversation about COVID accelerated those changes, and we're going to see how. So this is the reality that we're already in. The robot revolution is going to create 97 million new jobs. Where we're seeing the biggest job growth, and this is where people can earn good salaries, but not only where people can earn good salaries, this is what society needs in order to continue to grow and be prosperous and be more democratic. So we see that data and AI, artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data, but even digital marketing. You need to have very good data literacy skills just to know if you're reaching your customer to get that information, right? And myself, I worked at eBay. How many of you have heard of eBay? Many of you, yes. So I worked at eBay before .coms were a thing. People didn't think about buying online. So eBay was the first kind of entrant in that space. And they used data a lot because we could very quickly see what items were being listed on the website, what items were selling. And it was always about a balancing act because if you had too many sellers, the prices would be very low. So there'd be a lot of competition. If you had too many buyers, the sellers would, if you had too many buyers, the sellers had to be balanced out because otherwise the prices would get off. And so we had to do a lot of work with understanding that. And that comes back to this data marketing and management. If you have data, you know who your customers are, you know what they're buying, you know what's increasing, you know what is decreasing because trends, people change and they don't want things anymore. So if you have access to data, you can make more informed decisions. Two other spaces where we're seeing information communication technologies really changing the game. Environment. So we have a massive issue with climate change, and we need all hands on deck to solve for climate change. And they are putting more money into green tech than went into the internet. So we just talked about what happened with the internet and .coms. More money is going to go into green tech. So if you're looking for a place to start a company, green tech is an excellent place to live. And health tech, again, COVID drove telehealth. It drove all of these different technologies in the labs and testing and all of these things. So we need tons more people there. So again, it's not just about making sure women have access to jobs, which is really, really important. It's ensuring that these industries have the talent that they need because it's growing so fast. I didn't even call out here specifically under data and AI, cybersecurity. They literally cannot hire fast enough for cybersecurity. And the technology is changing so quickly that you don't have to have 5 years of experience. You probably don't even need 2 years because the technology is changing so very quickly. So this is the flip side to that coin, of course, is that with the increase in all of these jobs, the changing of jobs, new jobs that are being created, some jobs are either going to go away or they're going to change themselves because they're not going to be done manually anymore because it's not an efficient way to do this. Again, COVID showed us that manufacturing got disrupted because people were involved. So now all of these companies don't want to have people involved in manufacturing, shipping and distribution. All of these things really fell to a halt because of people getting sick. And so now the companies are saying, how do we do this without that? Automation. So if it's automatable, it'll be automated. If it's in manufacturing, they want to reduce the risk factors. And so who's going to be affected? It's going to be the lower level employees whose jobs can be automated. It's going to be people with less education, which comes back to this. We need to educate a workforce that has these skills. And we need to come up with creative ways of creating that workforce as well, because not necessarily 4 years of college. We want to get people in the market sooner. We want to get them tech skills sooner. So these innovative programs where you're doing workshops or you're doing boot camps can be a really efficient way. And bonus, they know what the employer wants. A lot of times universities teach, how to problem solve, which is really important, but they miss some of the key job skills of how do you collaborate with your other team members? How do you communicate? And so these smaller programs can be really useful because they're very targeted and they've talked to the employer and they've said, employer, what skills do you need? Let's go teach those specific skills. So COVID scaled remote work. So I always say never waste a good crisis because people are very reluctant to change. They don't want to change the way they've done things. It's hard to get people to change. But when a crisis happens, people are forced to change. And so my wish for all of you who have companies and employees out there is to ask the question, what do we want going forward? We don't want to return to a workforce, a workplace that wasn't working well for everyone. We want to reinvent and create the workforce of tomorrow. We want to create a working environment where everybody can participate that's equitable and inclusive. So we have a growing need, a very, very growing need. And so I took a look at some of the Malaysia internet surveys because I'm very US centric and I will pre-declare this up front. I'm here hosted by the embassy, but the remarks I'm making today are my own. I'm part of the University of California, but really I'm still presenting just my opinions here. So take them for what they're worth. I'm hoping they give you some ideas and some things to think about. So the takeaway from this is it's already happened. Look at how many ways you're interacting with IT. Look at all these ways, from communicating to buying to learning. All of these ways are already happening, and smartphone users have reached almost, look at that saturation. So even though we have rural populations, even though we have people with less economic means, we're seeing that these technologies are reaching pretty far. We still have to go further to make sure everybody has access to them. And we also have to consider, as our esteemed speaker said, that we ensure access. So sometimes that means not relying on smartphone communication. Maybe it's SMS texting that's part of your solution because you want to make sure everybody gets the information and you don't want to rely on someone having a smartphone. But it's really amazing. And the change year over year, this is 2018 to 2020, and you can see just we're increasing across the board. Here are some of the communication tools that we use, WhatsApp being, of course, very popular, and Facebook being popular. But it was very funny because I've been talking to a number of entrepreneurs, of course, and women who are leading companies, and they said, and I talked to my my daughter's friends, and they are not on Facebook. They've moved on. They're now, TikTok or Instagram or something else. And this is a key takeaway, right? That we have to have this continuous learning mindset because we're not stagnant. We don't stay in one point. And just because Facebook is still quite dominant, in a year or two, they may not be. And you have to be learning and growing and changing with your market, with your customer. And so we're really seeing amazing adoption here. And this is the challenge, is that we need everybody to participate. But if there are biases in the physical world, in the real world, those biases get replicated in the digital world. And we were hearing this with the access questions. So there are three key areas that we have to address. So who has access to technology? Who has the digital literacy to use those technologies well? And then who has the awareness to protect themselves online? So these are three key factors. So let's look at each one of these. And I will point out, you have a number of great initiatives. I've listed them up on top, and I'm sure there's many more, as well as workshops that you're doing with entrepreneur organizations. So the gender gap in digital literacy is growing as technologies become more advanced. So this is saying that boys are 1.5 times more likely than girls to own a mobile phone, 1.8 times and 1.8 times more likely to own a smartphone. Girls are more likely to borrow a phone. They're less likely to be given permission to own a phone. There are these barriers. And why does that matter? Because if you don't have the base level knowledge and comfort level with digital literacy, you're going to have a harder time adopting all of the other technologies. And as we see, the technologies, as they become more sophisticated, we need more women, not less women, as they become more technology intensive. I could go on at length about artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is basically pattern matching, pattern recognition on a grand scale. But if we don't have women involved in creating AI and algorithms, we could potentially amplify bias. We could cause harms, real world harms. And so we need to be very aware that we have to have women on the creation side. And as the technologies become more part of every single job that's out there, we're going to cut women out of employment opportunities if they don't have equal access to these digital skills. So 9 out of 10 jobs are going to require digital skills. I think that was the World Economic Forum. And what they mean is operational skills, information navigation, social skills, creative skills, mobile skills. And the populations that struggle the most are women and rural communities, probably low-income communities as well. So that's where all of these things like workshops and mentoring and access. I think we were talking about libraries as we were walking in today. I'm a huge fan of libraries because they're very democratic. They give everybody access to information. It's not about access to books, right? Libraries are about access to information, learning, and democratizing. There's all these things that if you're not digitally literate, you can fall prey. You can fall prey to bad behaviors on the internet. So part of teaching people digital skills is teaching them about what can happen on the internet and how to protect yourself. It's not keeping people off the internet because it's scary and unsafe. It's giving you the skills to navigate and protect yourself on the internet. So girls, are particularly at risk here. There's also risk of comparison and kind of getting depression because you're seeing what other people are doing. There's a lot of challenges with the internet, but this is what we're up against. These are just a few of the numbers. Let's read these out. 700,000 Facebook posts, 350,000 tweets, 500,000 Snapchat photos, 500 hours of video on TikTok, another 500 hours of video on YouTube is being added every minute. That's not just like in a day. That's every minute this is being added, every minute. So you can imagine human moderation of that content is just not possible. We don't have enough people to report the bad behavior. Algorithms can't keep up. This is too much content. And so we have to come up with better ways of doing these things. I will say algorithms can serve a very important role because they can identify the source of bad behavior. In the case of some of the disinformation in the United States, they narrowed it down to 12 people, 12 individual accounts that were causing the majority of the disinformation. So algorithms can help to keep it under control, but it's never going to go away entirely. So we need to teach people critical thinking skills to be able to be on the internet, to be participating. So if you ever are offered a really expensive prize, something that's almost too good to be true, oh, you could win this prize. Or if your family member texts you and says, oh, I got a broken phone, I'm using someone else's phone, could you send me some money to do this thing because my phone is broken? Or there's a family emergency, or all of these things can happen. And so I wanted to share a couple of WhatsApp common scams. So the idea that your phone is broken and you're using someone else's phone just ask to talk to them verbally. Scammers don't like to speak to you. They don't want to talk to a person. No, they don't. So don't ever just send people money because they texted you. Get on the phone and talk to them and say, is this really you? Did you really use your phone? Because I find that surprising. Be really careful with URLs. People make the URL look very much close to, but it's not the URL of the company. If somebody ever says, I'm from a bank or I'm from this, go to the bank, log in at the bank site, never follow a link that they've sent you. And if they say, I'm just trying to verify who you are, who is this on the WhatsApp? Don't give away your personally identifiable information. They're just trying to find out about you so that they can victimize you. So these are some examples of things that you want to be aware of, and anybody who comes into the digital space needs to have these basic skills. I highlight a couple of them over here. Beware of suspicious emails and phone numbers. If something is too good to be true, absolutely it's not true. There's nobody going to give you a trip to the United States. It's not going to happen. I don't care what they say to you. Be mindful of the information you share. Even on social media, sometimes people will share, oh, I'm taking this trip. Now they know your house is empty, right? Now they know your house is empty. So wait till you get back from your trip to post, because otherwise you're giving people a signal. Hey, my house is empty and ready for you. Again, be very careful with your personally identifiable information. Another thing that people love to do, because I've done it myself, is those fun quizzes. Who's done a fun quiz? Fun quiz on the internet? Oh, come on. Nobody else? Okay, thank you. Some honest people over there. They're trying to gather information about you. They're actually, again, there's nothing for free. Your information is your trade with them. And so they might be trying to get the name of your pet, because that's often a password. They're very tricky, right? These people are very clever, so you have to be aware of that. Two-factor authentication, backing up your data in case of theft. There's just a lot of really good best practices. So similarly, not only are people trying to scam you and get your money, but there's a lot of misinformation on the internet. And I was really interested to see, this is Malaysia here, that you're aware. You're very much aware that some of the information you're looking at isn't real. And this comes back to what we need to teach in colleges. We need to teach critical thinking skills so you can verify, is that information true or not? Is that source trustworthy or not? What do multiple sources say about this? Is there truth checkers that you can go to who say, how true is this statement? And please don't share and repeat things unless you've done that, because you're part of the problem if you share something before you've vetted it for credibility. So that's a really key element. And I was excited to see that there's a portal here that helps to combat the spread of fake news. But if you don't know that site exists, you don't know, right? You don't know what you don't know. So this is why we have to bring people into the digital literacy very intentionally. And this is a fun paradox, which I share with you. I don't have the exact answers for this, but I thought it was worth discussing. So this is a chart, and it's looking at which countries perform better than expected in terms of having women in ICT jobs, and then also looking at equality, their gender equality as a country. And oddly enough, some of the Arab countries are performing better than you would think in terms of having women getting ICT credentials, computer science, computer programming. The challenge is twofold there. They have trouble transitioning from education to the workforce because the same traditional barriers that discourage them from having work outside. And so even though they have the skills and knowledge, they often have difficult time transforming that into a profitable career where they can grow. The odd part on the flip side is that countries performing worse than expected are some of the very egalitarian countries where women are very equal, and there are less women in computer science and technology. Which, I don't know. I mean, I would look out to you to have your hypothesis why that is the case. I have a couple hypotheses. One is that if you are wealthy, privileged, you don't have to take the job that earns the most money, so you have more choice in careers. And you may choose not to go into technology because you want a culture where you feel like you belong. And we can talk about this a little bit more, but the culture in a lot of tech companies is still very male-centric. And there are some real challenges to feel like you have an equitable chance at success and advancement. A lot of women, in fact, women are leaving the tech workforce at twice the rate of men. And that is in part because they don't like the culture and the climate. So they go and start their own business because they didn't want to report into men. So I don't know, it's an interesting spectrum here that just because you are equal doesn't mean women go into STEM at an equal number. So we need to get more women on board. You can tell I'm super passionate about this, and I have a couple of thoughts. We need to change mindsets, and I mean this on two fronts. Women, we need you to see your value and see the impact that you can have by participating in STEM. And men and society and leaders, we need you to see how important diversity is, how important inclusion is to developing better products and services. We need to change the rules. A lot of the ways that we do things is codified in rules, how we do things, the rules for how you recruit, the rules for how we do these things. And some of those rules are not good rules. They're not a good bar to set. They're not relevant. Maybe they never were, or maybe they become not relevant. We have to question those gold standards and change the rules. We need to put in safeguards because a lot of times where rules exist, they're vague. They don't have a rubric attached with them, like evaluate this person for leadership. Well, my idea of leadership is that they've been president of a company. Someone else's idea of leadership is they taught a class in college. People have different understandings. And if you don't give them guidance to rank, here's what 0 to 1 on leadership means. Here's what 2 means on leadership, 3 means on leadership. Now you've got people using the same metric. And now you can get a more objective evaluation of that person rather than I like them, they do something I like, so I feel good about them. They're like me, likes attract, so they're good. So people have these perceptions that they're dealing with. And then we have to change the roles. We need representation. We need people out there showing that girls that there is a pathway into technology, non-traditional pathways into technology as well. You don't have to come from engineering to go be a co-founder of a tech company, as I've discovered myself. So let's look at the minds. So mindsets really matter. And why I talk about this is we really need to future-proof people's skills. So you need these transferable skills because why? Technology is changing too fast. You need to be able to learn, be a continuous learner. So core competencies like the critical thinking we were talking about and looking at, scams on the internet, collaboration. Can you build teams where people have psychological security and feel like they can tell you if there's a problem? Can you build teams where everybody's voice is heard? Communications. Can you effectively connect with your audience? Can you evangelize for your point of view? Can you get people to understand why it's important to do these things? Communication, no matter what your role is super important. Creative problem solving, because you're not going to see the same problem twice. It's always something new. So you need methodologies for solving problems and thinking about complex, interdisciplinary, non-siloed. We used to have things working in silos. That doesn't work anymore. We need to have all these things work as a system, and you need to know that this stakeholder is incentivized to do this, and you're incentivized to do this. How do you bring those together? How do you create alignment? That's what it is to be really thinking about critical problem solving, and of course doing that in a global way because our borders are permeable, our workforce is distributed. We have a whole different world here, so you need to be able to do this, and even just within your own country. We have a whole new generation of young people coming into the workforce, and we have people staying in the workforce longer. So look at the age range, 22 to 72, right? You've got a large group of people that you're really dealing with from different ethnic backgrounds. And what that requires then is not only those essential data and digital literacies, but it also requires this growth mindset that I can learn these new things. I'm not good at math. I could do that if I wanted to. It's the ability to adapt, be flexible, show empathy, understand what other people are going through, and be able to make more emotionally intelligent decisions and interact with people. Big fan of talking about ethics. This is something that's often left out of the conversation, but when we're developing companies, when we're developing technologies, we need to be thinking about who is helped by this, who is harmed by this, what are the unintended consequences, how can we do these things better and think through it. And again, this is one, there isn't a playbook for this, and there isn't this is how to solve ethical issues. If you've ever done any of the computer science classes, they have a lot of thought activities where it's like, well, you can kill 3 people or 1 person. What are you going to do and why? And the computer has to decide this decision. And so we need to be having these thoughtful conversations because technology is having large scale impact across people, and we need to think about those issues. So the other piece that I find this super valuable for countries, and I find this super valuable for girls. We often take the perspective of what we don't have, what we're missing, why we can't do it, why it's not possible. All of those mindsets are not constructive, and they're not going to help you innovate, and they're not going to help you problem solve. What we want to think about as a country is, what do we have? What resources, what competencies, what opportunities do we have? Let's leverage those. It's an abundance mindset. This is, we have a lot of resources. How do we want to apply them? Where do we want to apply them? What are our priorities? So having an abundance mindset is really important for countries, and for individuals, it's the same thing. You're applying for a job and you think about, well, what I don't have this and I don't know this. But if you flip the script and you say, I'm applying for a job at this company, and it turns out there are no women in senior management, what I can bring to the table is I have a different mindset, I have different experiences, I have different networks, I have different understandings of markets. I'm bringing something to the table that this company is missing, and they're missing opportunities because of it. They're missing the opportunity to build technology that works for everyone. So if you flip the script and you think about, what am I bringing, especially what am I bringing that isn't there already, then you're no longer feeling deficient. You're feeling like I'm doing them a favor if they hire me. It's a mindset shift that's super, super powerful. And partly, how do we get there? I'm a huge fan of mentoring. Mentoring is, are there any people who play games or have children who play games on the internet? Okay, we've got some people. You've heard of cheat codes then? Yes, okay. So mentoring is cheat codes for work. This is going to help you get where you're going faster. It's going to prevent you from making mistakes. It's going to connect you with the inner circle of knowledge of people who have already been there. And what's really important about mentoring is this can be men, it can be women, it can be somebody above you, it can be somebody below you, it can be a near peer. Anybody in your group has expertise that you don't have that you can learn from. And this is something you should be extremely generous with, because when you are, you get so much in return. I can't tell you how many of the mentees that I've worked with have ended up helping me with a project, have gone on to bigger and better things than myself, and I've brought them back to be on panels. This is a really powerful tool, and people come in with disproportionate networks. If you are privileged and wealthy, you've got networks that are very big, and they're only one step removed from you. If you come from a less privileged background or a rural area, your network is much, much smaller. So we need to help people get their networks and level that playing field, because that's how they get jobs. That's how they get opportunities. That's how they get the shoulder tap. And another thing just to bring up on mentoring, sidebar, there's different types of mentoring. And one of the most powerful is actually sponsorship or supporter. This person doesn't spend time with you, doesn't tell you a lot of things, but you know what they do? They say, hey, I think this person should be selected for this opportunity. They advocate for you. They put your name up for consideration. In the case of this, Catherine heard from my colleague Reka, and Reka said, Jill would be a good person for this opportunity. That is entirely an opportunity as a result of a network and a relationship and an introduction. You can do that for someone. You can expand their opportunities. You can give them the chance to see their potential and stretch themselves into something new. So this is how you can kind of break it down. Coaches tell you how to help you solve problems yourself, right? So they help you think through how might I solve this. A mentor is going to say, try this, do this. And those are kind of time commitments. And a lot of times people are like, I don't have the time. I don't have the time to do that. So two things, that's okay. You can do the things on the bottom. I'll tell you about those in a second. But two, make the time. Make the time for mentoring. None of us have time to do everything that we have to do, but you can make time for the things that matter. You make time for your family. You make time for sports that you enjoy. You make time for music that you enjoy. Make time for mentoring. It has a huge ROI for you and even a bigger return on investment for your mentee. So definitely make time. Below the line, an advisor or an expert can help you with project-based work. So they're going to pop in, here's how to use Java to do X, and they're going to help you solve a particular problem. And then the supporter, like I said, most powerful, low tell, low ask. You don't have to do much. It's not asking for much, but it has a huge consequential impact on a person's life. Another thing that matters is impact matters. This generation that's coming up wants to make their society better, wants to make their community better. So if you are creating a company or you're running a company, have a vision, give back to your community. This is a yes and moment. I don't know how many people have heard of improvisation, comedy. There's a line in improv that says yes and. So if somebody says, I'm telling a story and we're going for a walk, you don't say, no, we're not going for a walk. You say, yes, we're going for a walk and we're going to have a party. Okay, we're going for a walk and we're going to have a party and we're going to invite celebrities. So you build on it and you add value. So this is the opportunity for you to say, my company can be profitable and green and sustainable. My company can be profitable and equitable. You can do these things and it's going to help you not only attract the best talent, it's going to help you keep that talent because people change jobs a lot and it's very expensive to train someone. So if you can capture their mind and their vision and have a shared value, they're going to stay with you. And bottom line, inclusion matters. Companies that have diverse teams make better decisions. They get better results, and it's obvious why, because you're getting different points of view, you have fewer blind spots, you have greater access to pools of resources and networks and internets, and you have the opportunity to really develop better products and services. There's also some evidence that women take less unnecessary risks, so you're actually reducing your risk profile as well. So the data is very much there. And we actually in California tried this, we passed a law that said companies needed to have a woman on the board, depending on their size, by a certain date, and then two. Before that passed, there were almost 30% of companies in California that had 0 women on their board. 0, not 1, 0. After that legislation, less than 3% had 0 women on the board. What this shows you is that with intention, we can promote inclusion. And they didn't do it for quotas. They didn't lower the bar. That's another thing I really hate. Oh, we're lowering the bar for diversity. No, you are not. You are in fact raising the bar with diversity because not only is that person meeting all of the requirements, they're bringing something else on top of it. They've been through barriers. They've overcome things. You're actually raising the bar with diversity. And it drives me crazy when people are like, oh, if we had to lower the bar. No, I'll also ask you to question your criteria. If you're not letting women through, look at your criteria. Is there something in your criteria that is skewed against them? What is it? Is it a certain amount of years in service? Did they take a break in service because they had kids and then they came back and you're like, well, you haven't been working for the last 7 years. It's like, no kidding. Unfortunately, that law was reversed because it was seen as gender bias to put women in. But now we just have to hold them accountable and transparent because that's the other thing. Metrics are really, really powerful. So when we talk about getting more women into technology, it starts with tracking data. So we know where we are we being effective? Are we improving outcomes? starts with metrics, and you want to measure things like not only who is applying for jobs, who's getting jobs, but who's staying, who's being advanced, and really understanding how data, again, this is why we need data literacy skills. Data can inform your practices and policies. It can show you where there's problems. I'm actually part of a University of California system-wide initiative, and we're looking at the innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem. And we're looking at it to find out who's participating and who's persisting. So we're looking at who's applying for patents, who's getting patents, who's even being introduced to inventorship and what's patentable. We're looking at who's applying to incubators and accelerators, who's getting funding, because we want data. Because with data, we can identify, here's where we see a drop off. Let's try to figure out why that's happening. Let's intercept the bias or the problem at that point. So that means we have to change the rules. So we need to make the environment more equitable. And unfair treatment is the top reason why women leave the job, because they're not being fast-tracked, they're not getting a shoulder tap for a stretch assignment. And so if we're very intentional about doing this, if we're intentional about making our evaluation criteria equitable and inclusive, there's a lot of data that shows women get less actionable feedback. Women are judged on their future potential, and men are judged on their future potential. Women are judged just on their past performance, which is very limiting, right? If you only look at what I've done, you're not seeing what I can do, whereas men are being looked at what they can do. So if we change criteria, if we change rules, even small rules, like saying a job has to be listed publicly and for a certain number of weeks, improves outcomes, because now you're not just using expediency to hire someone's friend. Because if you hire someone's friend, they're going to pretty much look like you, right? They're a small network, you're going to draw from a small pool. If you post the job, you're going to draw a much more diverse pool. So that's not saying hire more women. That's saying create the conditions that allow women to even apply. We also have this belief in meritocracy that, I'm being totally fair. This is the criteria, everybody's being measured against that criteria. But this assumes that there's a level playing field, that everybody's coming in at the same point. But we know that's not the fact. If you're rural, we talked about the barriers to access. If you're a woman, we talk about gender stereotypes and the barriers that brings. So there was this activity that we used to do where you have if I had all of you in the room, imagine yourself standing up on a line next to me. And I said, okay, take a step forward if your parents are wealthy. Some people take a step forward. Take a step backward if your parents lost a job. And you can go through a number of questions, and you can imagine some people are moving further and further back behind the starting line, and some people are moving further and further forward ahead of the line, and then you start the race. That's meritocracy. It's like, I got here on my own. No, actually, you had a few factors that made it possible for you to get a head start. And that's why we need affirmative action. That's why we need intentional programs, because we have to offset the barriers that people have faced in their daily life. Another problem people have is they conflate meritocracy and meritocracy. They think that somebody who looks like them has the same credentials. So oftentimes this is, what school did you go to? Different things like that. And we don't want to have a meritocracy. We want to have objective merit that we want to look at. The other thing is, who decides what that objective criteria is? And that is a really good question, because professionalism tends to be defined from a Western perspective. And that's problematic, because then your stereotype for a leader is a Western leader. And that's not helpful if you're not been brought up to boast and be overconfident. Because another thing that happens is people conflate overconfidence with competence. And that's a real problem. We need to solve that problem. And fundamentally, we need to change how we think about leadership. Leadership can't be these weirdly gendered traits, because let's face it, anybody is capable of anything. This is that growth mindset. Maybe some people have had to practice a few things. Women walk a tightrope, right? They have to be likable, but they have to be professional, but they have to be decisive, but they can't be too decisive. Like, there's this real tightrope that women walk. So they may have had a little bit more practice with being empathetic, with building collaborative teams, with listening because they've had to, but that doesn't mean male leaders can't get those skills. They absolutely can and should. Similarly, women can be very bold, very decisive, but they shouldn't be penalized for being bold and decisive. That's a good leadership trait. Don't make that a negative thing for women and a positive thing for men. That's not fair. What we really want to say is leadership needs to be all these things. It needs to be bold, decisive, needs to be communal and collaborative. It needs to be critical thinking and team building, direct. It's this combination, especially in the future of work that we're talking about today. It needs to be that kind of leadership because siloed doesn't work anymore. Hierarchical doesn't work anymore. We're all too decentralized. We've got too many teams. You need to be able to trust your teams to do the work. And the teams have to trust you or they're not going to tell you when there are problems. So last bit, I'm just going to run through some people that are great role models. So this is one of my mentees who's gone on to greater and better things. Her premise, she started a company to teach girls entrepreneurship, not to teach them to start a business, but to give them the skills they need to be successful, to show them that their ideas have value, to help them survive in the world as it is today, so they can build the world as it should be tomorrow. This is Hira Sharma. She started an online program for girls in India, the very a large swath, a large range of incomes, and she wanted to get them involved in challenges, in solving real problems for their communities. And so she created an online program. And I will show you, this is her end of year report, which again goes to data literacy. Because if you're running an NGO, you need to be able to summarize the impact that you've had. You need to be able to reverse engineer what data do I need to collect. You need to be able to show impact. And so this is another case. These women both started some really interesting programs in the United States that go global. So Heather Ramsey was one of the women who had run Tech Women, a program that I participated in through the State Department. She's now running an organization called WAKE, the Women's Alliance for Knowledge Exchange. And she is taking technology women from tech companies and going and teaching NGOs around the world how to use technology to do their work at scale. And it's a really cool program. And by the way, she also does it inside the US because our southern parts of the US need access to these jobs as well, need access to these skills as well. Julie Klugage came from Intel, and she started what was called a service learning program. So teaching leaders how to be more effective leaders, all those skills that I told you. She wanted to teach that. You know how she taught it? She put them in teams. She had them problem solve problems for NGOs, and then they had to go to a resource, challenged area and implement a project as a team, and they had to do it in a week. So they had time before, time in the country to do the project, and then a time afterwards to debrief. Why would companies like Intuit and Intel and these companies do this? Why would they send their employees away to do something not related to work? Because it makes them better leaders. It makes them more effective leaders. And bonus, all of these NGOs get projects done in 1 week that would have taken months, nay years. And they get the expertise of Silicon Valley. This is Nithya. She solved the problem of keeping vaccines in temperature range. So she realized that if a vaccine gets too warm, it's no longer good. And so she tracks the data so you can see if it's going out. But what does this mean? It's a data company. She can actually inform large governments. Gavi, the Global Vaccine Institute, I can't remember, that works with all of the countries to distribute vaccines, use them as their solution, because she can not only say, here's the problem in your distribution chain, she can start to do preventative maintenance. Oh, you could this truck hasn't been serviced. If you service this refrigerated truck, will prevent a problem from happening. This is Lala Win. She's in Myanmar, and she wanted to change how teaching is done. So I'm a huge advocate. I'll talk about this during the lunch panel, but we need to create an ecosystem and a different way of learning to spark more innovation. So she wanted to change teacher training was too expensive to bring teachers in. It was too expensive to send teachers out. So she created in virtual reality teaching moments. So the teachers put on the headset and they can look around the classroom, they can see what the teacher's doing, they can see what the students are doing, and they can learn how to teach in new methods and new styles in virtual reality. This is Maria Antunduega. I included her because she was told no so many times. She's from Colombia. She has an accent. She's a woman. And she was told no every time she went and asked for funding, but she persisted and she won small prizes and then small prizes. And then she now has this thriving company, a med tech company. This is Paula Santana. She was the co-founder of one of the first drone delivery companies. So she actually went out and created an industry where none existed before. There hadn't been drone delivery. She's actually comes from the legal background. So again, talk about non-traditional pathways into tech, because there weren't policies guiding where you could fly drones, how you could fly drones, what did you need to get permission from the government in order to do. So she did that, and now she's doing a startup to make government purchasing more transparent, more efficient, and more equitable so that women-owned businesses can be getting these government contracts. And this is Layla Jana, whose goal was to get the poor, work for the poorest people. And so she started a company where she could work with those who had no education or training and show them how to use a computer to just label a photo. And by labeling a photo, they had to learn a myriad of skills just to do that. And then she would ladder them up and learn more skills and give them more technology jobs. Just that exposure, amazing. And this is one of your own. This is Isa, who I met on my first day of this trip. And Isa runs a very successful mobile app company, very profitable. She's doing great, but she didn't just do that, because why would she just do one successful thing? This is the women giving back. She realized that there were a lot of rural entrepreneurs who were not making it through COVID, and they just needed a bridge loan, a very tiny bridge loan. So she said, I want to loan these women money. But she found out it was very difficult to be a lender. There's a lot of regulation to be a lender. But she found a loophole. And the loophole was, if you don't make money off of lending, you can do it. You can do it. So she's like, okay, I'm not going to make money off of lending. So now she has to figure out how else is she going to make this happen? Well, she's like, I need these women to pay back these loans, fundamentally. So she gets some donations, but she needs them to repay. Because when they repay, she can then lend that money out. So that's critical. So she's like, okay, I need education, financial literacy. It turns out that, in order for these women to be successful as business people, they need some additional education and skills. So she got some grants to provide education and skills, which is amazing, fantastic. So now, continuing on this cycle, she's like, great, I've educated these people, I've given them a loan, they're now successful business people. I can't afford to lend them enough money for them to continue to grow. I need them to be able to get money from the banks. And if I need them to be able to get money from the banks, they have to be credit worthy. I'm going to go talk to banks and I'm going to institute an alternative credit score. And I'm going to get them to say, if they go through my education program and they repay my loans, they're going to be qualified now for a loan from the bank. So talk about an ecosystem play. This is amazing. So that's where I want to leave you today, was with your own, doing amazing things, solving problems. Thank you for having me. Yes, I invite Q&A. And I also, if you don't have a question, but just a comment, I also invite comments. One of the things that I'm always working with startups, I'm always like, ask people what could be better? What was missing? What more do you need to know? Because that's how you grow and improve as a company. So you can give me questions, you can point out gaps, you can just comment on what resonated with you, because that's also super helpful. Because if there's something that you took away and you're applying it in your context, in your job, in your company, it's helpful for you to share that, because then other people will be like, oh, I see how that's relevant to me. Because I come from a very Western perspective, and I admit that. And so I need people to translate it into the Malaysian context, and how is this helpful, if it's helpful.
Any questions from the floor, please?
And part of my teaching style is I would actually call on people and I'd walk out into the audience, but it's a little bit harder to do that here. So I'm relying on you to, just come forward.
Okay, we have one.
Oh, perfect.
Please state your name and your organization, please.
Oh, great, you got a mic. I was going to repeat what you said, but I was worried I wasn't going to hear it, so this is good.
Hi, I'm Sarah from University of Malaysia, Sarawak. So, thank you for the very inspiring and also interesting presentation. I'd like to give a little bit of comment. We're from a very multicultural country. We speak multiple languages and have multiple beliefs. So I guess that probably for women to go into tech, we have a lot of doubts. Probably because of, I taught one of your talk with Islamic studies from Sarawak, and then you were mentioning about over mentoring and under
Sponsoring, yeah.
under sponsoring. So it caught me, and I was thinking, oh yes, this is true, because women, for us, especially in this region, particularly, we are over mentored as women. We are taught to grow this way, walk this way, dress this way. But when we want to grow, for example, when we travel, when we're going to tech, then there will be doubts by our family members, our teachers, for example, they say, oh no, you're not going to do it. You're not able to do it. So can you elaborate about what you said about over-mentoring and under-sponsoring? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. And sort of starting with the last part of what you stated, which is families saying you shouldn't, or this is problematic, this sort of thing. What I like to think about is, why are they saying that? Why are they being hesitant? Why are they being discouraging? And there can be a couple of factors that come into play. They may just be worried about your economic well-being. They may think this is too risky. There's a better path, an easier path. They don't want you to struggle. They don't want you to be unhappy. So one of the ways you can respond to those concerns is say, the struggle is how I learn. The struggle is how I go, and I grow as a person. And so I want to take on these challenges because I will become a better person. I'll be able to do the things that I find are important. So sometimes it's helping to recognize their concerns and then respond to their concerns and say why it's offset by a different set of thoughts. I think the other challenge is that, mindsets are slow to change. Cultural stereotypes are slow to change. So another thing that can be helpful is, I'm part of this association. I've got peers. They're doing the same thing. We're supporting each other. Again, you're mitigating the concern that you're going to be at risk. But the other part is then, how do you go from there to being successful? And it's your own personal limitations, your own personal mindset. And because women get a lot of these undermining societal messages, right? You're getting these messages that I'm not good enough, or I won't make it. It makes it harder for you to have the confidence to go forward. It's like imposter syndrome. They're going to figure out I don't know what I'm doing, or stereotype threat. If I fail, they're going to think all women are bad at this. There's all these things, right, that are pushing us to not want to try. And so some of the things that can be helpful in light of that is that asset mindset. I have these things, I bring these things, I'm able to do these things, I have a growth mindset, I can learn these things, and really embracing the willingness to take risks and to be uncomfortable, because that's what growth is about. If I stay at a job and I know my job and I know what I'm doing, it's time for me to leave. I'm not growing as a person anymore. So I think there's a number of challenges here, and how do we mitigate them for family? How do we mitigate them for peers? And how do we change that language so that it's actually more supportive of what we're trying to do rather than undermining of what we want to do? I hope that helps.
Do you have any more questions from the floor? We can ask question later from Mr. Pinson. If there are any more further questions, we wish to shout out thanks to the speaker for the first session this morning. Please give her applause, please.
Yang waktu rehat. Waktu rehat. Ini dia. Betul sih. Tengah lagi.
Can help us to pull the people into
Yes. I just had like special. Yeah.
Ada.
oh, what do we use my
Oh, ada bom. Yes. Các bạn còn tiếng Anh không? Lời lời rồi. Nghe mẹ cả.
Scoring by Ghostdrifter Official. Floating by Smith the Mister. Found You by Och.
February in 2017 after winning the first edition of Shell Line Wire program. Since then, he has been actively involved in the startup ecosystem and passionate to enable Sarawakian startups, entrepreneurs, and talents to launch beyond the boundaries of the state. So with that, I would like to welcome Mr. Hani.
Good morning, everyone. How's everyone feeling? Good. I'm actually very, very cold. So first, salutations. I'd like to address Yang Berbahagia Datuk Nur Hayati, Deputy Chairman of Azam Sarawak. I'd like to also express my thanks to Madam CEO, Madam Lilia, CEO of Azam Sarawak. Also, Miss Catherine Jo, Cultural Affairs Officer, US Embassy Kuala Lumpur. Representative from our partners, the Ministry of Women, Early Childhood and Community Wellbeing Development of Sarawak, Pustaka Negeri Sarawak, Federations of Women's Institute, TVS, other panelists, speakers, moderators, members of Azam, SPI, as well as ladies and gentlemen today. So forgive me if my voice just trailed down a little bit. It's very, very cold. And I hope that everybody can just, get comfortable and try to keep your attention. So my name is Khairul. I am from the Sarawak Digital Economy Corporation, manager of the ecosystem development as well as digital innovation with the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Department. So I'll be talking a little bit about Sarawak Digital and Innovation Ecosystem. An inclusive ecosystem that serves the development and growth of Sarawak startups and digital entrepreneurs. So without further ado, I'll be taking you a little bit on a bit of a journey within the ecosystem itself, some of the services and beneficiaries that we have within the ecosystem, maybe share with you some of our journeys, our impacts, our learnings, and also how do you get involved as either entrepreneurs, as startups, or just someone who wants to be part of the ecosystem itself, and hope that if anything you can take away, there is something for you to take away later on. So, of course, before we start anything, this is a bit of a nod in terms of why we are established in the first place. Back then, it was following the Sarawak Digital Economy Strategy from 2018 to 2022. This is the last year of that strategy, and then it's followed through with the post-COVID development strategy, under which innovation is one of the key sectors that is the government or the state government is paying attention to, with the key outcomes of looking into more R&D expenditure, more IP and patent registration, as well as more high technology startups and proof of concepts being deployed either across the state or beyond the borders of the state itself. Some of the strategies include deepening some of the key researchers in these areas, as well as developing the Sarawak Digital Innovation Ecosystem, which I'll be talking to you about more and more. There's a lot of initiatives that's been currently being planned and also executed, including the startup ecosystem development, the startup growth development, and STEM and digital upskilling, as well as, again, the digital innovation hubs and digital village in Sarawak. So I think this is very, very, this sticks true to our panel sessions today, which is the supporting the growth of the startups from their current stage to the advanced stage or the acceleration stage, right? So within the ecosystem, we provide 6 key services to 8 identified beneficiaries. Why do we say beneficiaries? I don't think, and I think you all agree that we cannot really lump your company or you yourself into one particular categories. We are all made up of multiple attributes, and we identify within the ecosystem 8 key attributes that may coexist between one company or within a person itself. We start with, let's say, tech talents. These are the cornerstone of digital economy itself, looking at producing technology, producing innovations, and supporting the growth of other sectors using technologies. The digital business targets the MSMEs, your traditional roadside stalls, even your traditional brick and mortar services, businesses, and then looking into their adoption in digital technology. social enterprises, which I want to give a nod to the other panelists that we'll have today, Suli. She'll talk more about her business, but then social services or social businesses and enterprises are where a huge number of opportunities in terms of job creation may arise and impact to the economy and impact to the social growth and development of the student community. With certain partners, we are also looking into digital creatives, the content creators, the YouTubers, the script writers, movie makers, animators, and such. For the makers and innovators, these are people who are thinkers, who like to build things, who like to fix things. So we want to give them the avenue of a place, like a maker space for something, for them to work. Okay. For them, we focus more on the primary, secondary education, followed through by the universities as well. The investors ensure sustainability plan is available for these different attributes. And last but not least are the community builders, those who are very, very interested and very, very keen on championing a particular goal within the company, within the community itself. So, as I mentioned, if you're a tech company, for instance, you are building a new technology, you might also be looking at impacting the communities around using that technology. So you kind of like a bit mix of tech talents and also social enterprise, right? And then at the same time, you're looking into investing more and more into different technologies. So you're also part of an investor. Therefore, we don't really categorize people and companies. So we look into the attributes. And then we look forward to communicating and having discussions with them and then asking like, okay, if you're a tech analyst, from the tech perspective, what kind of support do you need? If you are a community builder, what kind of initiatives are you looking to build? What kind of support? And if you need, different areas of services, for instance. Therefore, we came up with the 6 services here. The innovation and entrepreneurship development. These are more development programs, your standard growth accelerator programs, as well as awareness and involvement programs. Sometimes it's short term, 1 day, 2 days workshops. Sometimes it's long term, 6 months, 1 year accelerator bootcamp and such. Okay. We also have facilities for research and product development. There are also grants. We work very well with universities, including UNIMAS being one of them, UITM, Swinburne in Kuching, UTS in Cebu, and also Kerteh in Sarawak, in Negeri. We look into innovation infrastructure as well. If you're familiar with the innovation hubs across Sarawak, there's a couple in Kuching, one in Samarahan, there's a few in Cebu, Sarike. Basically, all major cities will have this as well. We look into funding and investments for us as well. So if you're a company that's ready to receive kind of investments, feel free to come and talk to us. We'll be happy to facilitate that discussions with some of our panel investors as well. And last but not least, Jill did mention the support network that we have, mentorship, being able to accelerate your growth. So I hope that within the ecosystem itself, we create that support network among our ecosystem players as well, so that we are able to accelerate your growth as a company, even as an individual. So I'll just glance briefly about the services that we have, all 6 of them. The first one being the innovation and entrepreneurship. So here I'd like to linger a little bit because I understand the whole topic of today's panel discussion is about bringing your startup to become a scale-up. So some of the things that we understand that you may need are support in that particular gap between your current stage and the growth. A little bit of injection may be required, be it in terms of technology investment, be it in terms of manpower investment, be it also especially in financial investment. So one of the programs that you see there is DIVA. It stands for Digital Village Accelerator Program. As the name suggests, it is an accelerator program for tech startups. And then with it comes an investment of about a grant of about 150,000 ringgit for the participants. And I'd like to give a nod to one of our other panelists, who will be speaking about himself later on. He's also the recipient of he's also one of the participants in the DIVA program. So if you want to ask him about what his experiences are to be a startup within a scale-up program or in an accelerator program is the perfect person to ask. And they will be taking notes as well. So areas of improvements is very much welcome from our side. But this is also only for tech startups, right? As I mentioned, we've got other beneficiaries as well. So one of the things that we are looking into are support for other beneficiaries as well. So maybe accelerator programs for social enterprise or digital business or content creators towards producing more and more IPs, for instance. So these are some of the things that we have within our roadmap as well. I'll skip through some of the research and product development. And also, I think one of the things that I would like to highlight here are the innovation infrastructures. So across Sarawak, if you're based in Kuching, feel free to approach our innovation hubs in Icon Square. It's called the Gas Digital Innovation Hub. It's located on 3rd floor. If you're in Samarang, which is closer to some of the universities, feel free to approach our Sabah Digital X. These are all the facilities within the ecosystem that also offers programs, development programs, access to grants, access to mentorship, access to investments for you to be able to establish and also accelerate your business. If you're in other parts of Sarawak, we've got basically one innovation hub in each division as well. Starting from the south, we have Serian, moving up north, Sri Aman, Betong, Kapit, Sibu, Mukah, Pintulu, and also Miri, and last but not least in Lawas. So all of these areas are basically covered. We are looking forward to populating the innovation spaces that we have with all the entrepreneurs within the ecosystem as well. And then let's say this is not for you. Maybe you're not a startup. Maybe you're more of a researcher. Maybe you're more of a creator or contributing to the body of knowledge. Then feel free to approach our hubs as well, because we do have access to test beds. We do have access to smart city, technology that may be used in your research as well. These are all located in Kuching at the moment, but we're working well with the universities and looking into how do we link up and how do we fill in the gaps of providing researchers with the right tools to accelerate their business. And then at one point, we hope to be able to spin off these researchers into startups and also scale-ups as well. So I hope that this opens up your horizons a little bit. And then last but not least, I think one of the key things that we want to highlight is the opportunity for investments as well. So if you're looking for investments for your company, we do have, how many of you actually watched Shark Tank before? Shark Tank, you're familiar with Shark Tank? We have our own local version of Shark Tank. Miss Catherine, Miss Jill, we don't really have a lot of sharks here, but we do have a lot of crocodiles. That's what we call our Shark Tank version, is a crocodile bite. Right? So because you want to be able to bite, basically you fish, we bite, right? And then from SX perspective also, we are able to, or we are looking into investing into more and more companies. So if you feel like you're ready for investments, come to us. We'll put you into the process of crocodile bite. And then TBS as our media partners will air it on TBS soon. So I hope that gives you a little bit of a glance through of what SDEC is about, what Short Digital Ecosystem is about, and then hopefully we hope to see more and more involvement from your side as well. I'll pass the mic back to Dr. Sarah. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation, and looking forward to the crocodile bite, as well as the platforms that have been prepared by SDEC. SDEC has discussed it a few years ago, am I right, Mr. Carter? 2 years already, but they are really doing a lot of platforms for starting up your company and also scaling up. So I hope that we can actually use these opportunities and work together with SDEC. So the next presenter, I would like to invite Mr. Elfi Hassan, Chief Operating Officer of Strategic Planning Division for Timoga Negeri Berhad. Timoga is, I think all of us know, Timoga is an e-commerce platform selling fresh produce, bridging rural farmers to local communities. And Mr. Alfie, he is also running his oil palm plantation on his 60 acres of land and also a full-time transportation contractor for Delta Group. So without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Hassan to come over to present. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum, very good morning. Your Excellency, Dr. Hajah Noyati, produced by the Chairman of Azam Sarawak. Your Excellency, Madam Lilia Singh, CEO of Azam. Excellency, Miss Catherine Young, Cultural Affairs Officer, US Embassy Kuala Lumpur. Representative of our partners from Ministry of Women, Child and Community Wellbeing Development Sarawak, Pustaka Negeri Sarawak, Sarawak Federation of Women's Institute, Sarawak Asia Economic Cooperation Berhad, and PBS. And for our guest speaker, moderator and panelists, members and Azam, and SDI, and the team member of Timoga, they sit around there. And ladies and gentlemen, today I'm not talking about the business pitch or anything. Just want to share about what Timoga do and what Timoga moved from the startup to the scale up level until now. The first thing first is Timoga is originated from words of Bidayo. I'm a Malay, but Timoga is coming from the Bidayo words, means famous. Okay, and then what Timoga do, they are doing an online e-commerce. Online e-commerce also with the consultations business also. And me myself have another business. I run an oil palm plantation. I got the pisang, I got the corn, I got the sheep, I got the lembu, cow, and I have a contract with the Felda. So this one is quite a challenge for me because I'm handling with the e-commerce company and as their chief operating officer. By the way, the vision of Timoga is to serve every household in Malaysia, where everyone can buy fresh produce from local farmers and other daily needs from local business. Yes, I know we have a Grab, we have a Food Panda, we have other e-commerce company, but we are a startup company. So we try to be, not to compete with them, but we try to be as good as them, and we start to grow up and to scale up our company until now. And our missions is very simple: to develop revolutionary digital marketplace combined with a network of distribution centers across regions towards building fast, efficient, and sustainable retail supply chain ecosystem. Means that in e-commerce, we can't leave the traditional method of movement. Even though you order, the goods or the groceries using a phone, but it must use the traditional way to deliver. Is that you must have a truck, you must have a bike, and you have a car to deliver. Means the traditional way combined with the technologies. So it's become the full system of the business in Timoga. I make it very simple because I don't want to talk about to detail on it. So in Timoga.com, Timoga Sdn Bhd have a division of Timoga.com. That means that a website for e-commerce. So what we can see here, the one is the old website. Now we have a brand new website. So you can scroll up. And what Timoga do is we provide an online platform for the customer to buy online groceries. This is how we work. It's quite simple. Because if we can't make it automated, we can make it simple. This is our culture of business. If we cannot make it automated, fully 100% automatic, we can make it very simple. How? Customer order from the phone, and we trigger the order, and we send to the customers. That's it, so simple. But the difference is what Timoga offered in our website. Basically, we offered the rural produce. Rural produce means the things, type of vegetables that's quite hard to find, and it's seasonal. And what Timoga do, Timoga encourage the farmers to plant it and sell it in Timoga platform. Just to remind that Timoga not buying from them. We are not buying from them, but Timoga provide the platform and let them sell in Timoga. Understand? Right. Thank you. What you can see here is Timoga provide an online shopping platform in the form of website and apps. But for the time being, website is already done, but apps is in progress, where customers can buy anything directly from local farmers and businesses. Instead, it's very simple. Timoga is a platform. Meanwhile, the rural farmers or anybody in Sarawak especially can do online businesses and can sell their items or their goods to the customers. That's it. What we can see here is the first picture is our CEO. See it right there. And the one is on the left side is Mr. Cosmas. Previously, he harvest the bamboo shoot buluh from the forest, and he have difficulties to sell it on the spot. But with the Timoga platform, we can manage to have an order. We can collect the order and inform to him how many bamboo shoots that you will collect to avoid any wasteless of the fresh produce. And the pictures down there is a Kota Sentosa market. Her name is, if I'm not mistaken, Madam Monica. I'm sorry, Madam Monica. She have a shop. She's a hawker in Batu Tujuh, Kuching, somewhere located in the Kuching there, in Batu Tujuh. Before she joined the Timoga, 100% of her customer is walk-in customer. And basically she's closed his stall, finished the business roughly on 4 to 5 p.m. or 3 p.m. But with the platform on Timoga, we combine the sources of revenue, walk-in customer and online customer. And then it makes her more efficient, and she can close her stall around 11 to 12 p.m. Means that with the online e-commerce, we make the business fast and efficient. That's what we at Timoga aim for. On this slide, Timoga creates opportunities for local farmers, rural communities, and micro businesses to reach out to more customers at the comfort of their farms and premises. That's why I stopped. This is a slide where previously our vendors registered with Timoga and be a part of our ecosystem. Okay, you can see the slide here. The one is Mr. Cosmas. Now he confident to harvest more because he know all of that bamboo shoot is belong to the customer already. Previously, he feel not really confident because he afraid that the bamboo shoot not have enough customer to buy. Okay. When the slide is done, we already have a 2,500 customers base in Kuching. With our data, is 95 customers are households, and 5% is more to stall, restaurant, and other else. And based on our data, each household spend average of 400 ringgit per month for fresh groceries. Means that with the online e-commerce in our own platform, Timoga.com, this is our data. Means that the customer, literacy customer, to the online purchasing, they feel confidence now. They feel more confidence, they feel more efficient, they feel more fast, no? They order it in the home or in the car or in the office, and then they order to the Timoga, and then tomorrow morning, the groceries that they orders reach their home. The one we call as a convenience. We make it very simple, that's it. We make it simple. We don't want to make any complicated business. We just make it very, very simple. The other part of Timoga is we do a vendor development program. This is the key point that I want to share with you all today, because this one is a flagship program as a part of our vendors onboarding strategies. Means that we make a full trainings and workshop on e-commerce, entrepreneurship, and digital literacy. Means that we don't want the entrepreneur, the young entrepreneur, online entrepreneur, just only know how to sell, but we must encourage them to know how to create and how to manage their own sales, the profit. They're supposedly not to think that, let's say, today they earn around 100 ringgit. So that one is not a profit. That one is only the sales. Maybe the profit is only 1 ringgit. So we try to make them manageable and teach them how to do a business with the proper way. It is a main factor of the vendor development program. Within the same time also, from since 2018 until now, we do a reaching out programs. This picture is our CEO. He's now in Bintulu right now, having a Tegas activity regarding what I forgot already. So this is Mr. Henneken Laluan. His name is Henneken. So this is what he did before, reaching out a program. So he meet a lot of people, a lot of head of the villages, and exposed to them. This is the e-commerce side. Within the same time also, we collaboration with the Azam Sarawak. We do a rundown digital. The Bengkel Initiative Digital Community means that we go to the community and we teach them, we do a workshop with them and ask them and taught them how to do an online business. So we go to Lawas. This is a slide of Lawas. We going through all the Sarawak. We go to Lawas, we go to Bintulu, and alongside with the Tegas office, we go to Kapit, and many places in Sarawak. This is the last time I speak up in front of the people on 2009, to 24th November 2009, and now I speak up in front of people again. It's already 2 years, 2.5 years, I think. The one is I replaced Mr. Henneken also as a CEO and as a speaker there. So I just introduced myself as a farmer. So they are feel excited because the same line with them. They also are farmers there. Most of the Sarike entrepreneur are farmers. Means that they have they have a plot of lands, so they plant everything. What is a mistake? They're supposedly not to plant everything, so they must know what they plant and how to harvest and how to measure the profit and anything. Because what I see that, because I'm the jagung planter also, I'm the corn planter also, and I'm the banana planters also. So I managed to take care of the cost or everything. But a lot of my community in my area, they only know how to plant a corn. That's it. They know how to make it from the seedling and move it to the land and wait for it until it can be harvested. But they will not know how to measure how much you can put the price on it. So this is why Timoga tried to do it and try to approach, try to meet the rural farmers and teach them how to do a completely business. So within the same time also we are keep approaching, and they're also approaching us, to be a vendor and deliveries partners. And at the moment, just not far from now, we will be available in Bintulu, Kapit, and Sarike. And this one is a Ditamu workshop. Ditamu workshop is a place that is set up by Sabah Dynamic X in Pentingan, Samarahan, nearby the entrance of the UITM, if I'm not mistaken. So what we do that, we do a intensively full e-commerce workshop and vendor development program. So we have plenty of slides with around 30 plus participants. Most of them are hawkers and vendors from the Ditamu itself. The Tamu is just like a Pasar Tamu Satop. Is that they have their own plots of business places. So previously they are selling the item conventionally, wait for the customer to come and that's it. But with the Timoga tried to make them digitalize them and encourage them to sell their goods and their products online. So this is what we do. We give them slides, we give them shirts, and all of these have been paid by Sabah Dynamic, and they are on board us for free. Within the same time also, we jointly organized by Sarawak Biodiversity Center and UNDP Malaysia, and facilitated by SDEC, we go to the rural communities and providing them the digital skills to operate their business online. Basically, on the rural areas, they have a feel they want to do online business, yes, but the obstacle is they don't have enough line coverage. So to open up the email also take a few minutes instead of few seconds. So this is the obstacle that we try to solve with the government of Sarawak. So we went to Kampung Jemoreng, located at Matu, Rumah Bajau, Rumah Emak Kapit, Kuala Mendalam, and basically these places is at the center of Sarawak, rural areas. I know the internet access at that place is not quite well, but we love their spirit to do an online business. We just focus on online business with them. So in this Rumah Janang Selangau, based on you see just now here, they have their own product highlight, minyak engkabang and handicraft. These two items, the people outside as a customer know the handicraft, the rotans, the breeds or everything. But for minyak engkabang, most of the customer didn't know. If they put this item in online, even though in Shopee or Grab or Timoga itself, I think it's quite difficult for the customer to know what is that things and what is that thing is applied for. So that's why we try to encourage them to know the three elements of marketing. The first is marketing awareness, customer awareness, customer retention, and customer acquisition. The first thing first is we need to know, they need to know, we need to teach them how to promote their minyak engkabang. What is the minyak engkabang you use for? If the customer know how to use it, and then the customer will buy. That's it. It's very simple. So under the Timoga development program, we provide all of these things. We ask them how to do online business, how to register, register with the Lembaga Hasil Dalam Negeri, how to make the business legal, and everything they supposedly need to know as a businessman. The same goes with Rumah Bajau at Julau. We got the minyak engkabang, handicraft, and other agricultural produce. We at Timoga, yes, for the local area, in Kuching area, we can deliver the fresh produce. But if in the rural areas, we cannot do that, but we can deliver the end products. Time's up. We try to deliver the end product of them. Means that the products that have a shelf life longer than other fresh produce. Okay. So I just straightforward to the other slide. So this is the Timoga Awards and Recognitions. Timoga won 15,000 ringgit from the Shell Life Wire, and you just going through the slide, right? Okay, and the latest is we awarded by the SDEC. Thank you, SDEC, for around 150,000 ringgit measure the grant throughout the digital village accelerator programs that have been mentioned by Mr. Khairul Azlan, the DIVA program. This is what we do now. Before I ending my sharing, just what we think about it. We believe without the technology and digital literacy, the objective will not be achieved. That one is Timoga. That's why Timoga aims to make online easier, more cost-effective. And the final is in Timoga, we try to ensure that every business vendor will enjoy the global exposure, global connectivity. Within the same time, the government objective of enhancing Sarawak digital is fulfilled. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Very interesting presentation and inspiring. Some interesting things that I've caught through this presentation is that from startup to scale up, Timoga has been doing a lot of outreach to the communities, trying to recruit the rural communities to join them in their e-commerce platform, as well as training them, giving them the correct way to start business, and also from registration to actually telling how to sell the products so that the customers know how to use them. So this is really interesting. Thank you so much, Luffy. So next, I would like to invite Ms. Suri Abel, founder of Slubi, a cosmetic products company and social enterprise. She empowers farmers by sourcing natural ingredients from them and creating natural skincare products that are safe for the environment and people, especially those with sensitive skin. Not only she improved the livelihood of farmers from her village, with the sales from Slubi products, the farmers increased their monthly income up to 300%. With the founding of Slubi, one of the top 5 winners of Shell Malaysia's LiveWire in 2018. She is also a recipient of the 2021 Prestige 40 Under 40 Prestige annual list of Malaysia's most successful, innovative, and influential young people. So, Miss Luby, and Miss Suni, founder of Slubi, please welcome to the stage.
All right. I guess it's afternoon now. So good afternoon, everyone. So I hope everyone is feeling great today. So yeah. So I'm going to address yang berbahagia Dr. Haji Ismail, Deputy Chairman of Asal Sarawak. Ms. Catherine Diop, Cultural Affairs Officer, U.S. Embassy Kuala Lumpur. Representative of our partners from Ministry of Women, Early Childhood and Community Wellbeing Development Sarawak, Pustaka Negeri Sarawak, Sarawak Federation of Women's Institute, Sarawak Digital Economic Corporation Berhad, and PBS, our guest speaker, moderator and panelists, members of Azam and SBI, and ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, so I'm just going straight to business. Right. 3 years ago, I got a chronic eczema. I couldn't find a single product that could use safely on my sensitive skin. Then my doctor suggested me to try another alternative by using natural ingredients. I started the research and creating my own hand managed skincare products, and it worked. I realized that all the natural ingredients could be found easily from the backyard of my village in Bugis, Mangam. As I was sourcing the ingredients around the village, I met and see the bee farmer. When we had a chat, I was surprised when I found out that half of the farmers are less than 200 ringgit per month. Then I started to think how I could help these farmers. From that situation, it's really inspired me to start Sloopy, a social enterprise which empowers the farmers by getting all the natural ingredients from them and creating not just their products, they are safe for the environment and people, especially with sensitive skin, originates from Borneo. Sloopy product range are from sleeveless BHD soap, lemon coffee body scrub, electric face mask, breast face mask, toner, and other bath essential like loofah. By increasing the income of the farmers, it gives the family access to better healthcare and education. We aim to achieve sustainable development goals number 1, 3, 4, and 8. Me myself, the founder of Sloopy, Semanggang Les. The interest of doing social enterprise since uni days, after learning about Muhammad Yunus, doing microcredit to empower the small businesses in Bangladesh. In the beginning, of course, my family didn't really like doing of this entrepreneurship thingy because for them, doing entrepreneurship is really risky. Now they're okay. After since we've been doing, for the last 3 struggle years, to be honest. I grew up in many places. Actually, I was born in Pahang in West Malaysia because my dad was a policeman. And all over Sarawak, I've been to many places. So that's how I see the world. So it's really opened up my mind. So especially talking about entrepreneurship. I was an international relations major. I did my own research on doing handmade and skincare products. A lot of trial and error. I experimented a lot. I always try on myself first because I got really sensitive skin. It's kind of like I'm the guinea pig of my own products. I consider myself as a small natural skincare creator. So I have attended many courses to add my knowledge in this industry and to make this business legit. All right, this is some of the Sloopy achievement. Started in 2017. That time Sloopy still was still an idea. So it got into Magic Central go-to-market program. Then after that, in the next year, Sloopy got into Tegas pre-accelerator program. Then a month after that, got into impact-driven accelerator. A month after that, successfully got crowdfunded for 30K through Activate crowdfunding platform to start up Sloopy. Then few days after that, I got accredited as an impact-driven enterprise by Magic, now known as Meranti. In 2018, in November, Sloopy is one of top 5 winners of Sarawak Share Life Wire. In November 2021, Sloopy, me myself, got chosen as Prestige 40 under 40 for the work I've done for Sloopy. In August this month, 2022, I got nominated for Star Golden Pass Award. But the announcement of the winner will be in November 2022. Recently, Sloopy just got chosen listed in Impact 100 by Wiki Impact. Okay. Our business model is inclusive capitalism, means that we involve the farmers in this business itself. We find that many nations are into natural products at the moment, so Sloopy come in at the right time. Our target market are 2 million Malaysians aged 18 to 60, especially with sensitive skin. How are we better from other competitors? Our products are made from modern natural ingredients, handmade, affordable, direct from the farm, more product range, and also that of social fashion and innovative standard. Sloopy officially started in 2018. just with 500 ringgit. I could say doing handmade natural skincare is not that hard. What hard is to make our brand to be seen and to be heard. Natural skincare products are booming in Sarawak, so it's a lot of competition. To compete with other brands, your product needs to be unique. When I did other project for Suri in 2017, a year before the official, it took me a long time to produce products that other brands don't have in Malaysia. Our signature products are lemon coffee body scrub and yellow green tea face mask. Luckily, we live in IoT era or the Internet of Things. Most of the knowledge and inspiration could be taken from Google, YouTube, Facebook in terms of formula, packaging, branding, and marketing. Slubi other main activities work mostly with the farmers. We do a lot of knowledge transfer about producing the natural ingredients organically. Our farmers all this more assisted by many agencies, private, government, in terms of equipment, fertilizer, and workshop like making the soap, how to operate the stingless bee honey, etc. Yeah. For Slubi natural skincare production, the equipment are simple. You even could get all of them from like DIY shops, say Shopee, Lazada, and other e-commerce platforms.
Okay.
Branding and marketing play important roles in doing business. Without them, our business is going nowhere. I've learned those in really hard way. What I always do, I always learn from other big companies like stalking their social media through their Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and etc. All right, I tag Slubi as a case study here. The name Slubi itself is really simple, easy to remember. Actually, Slubi is an acronym, but some people is always mistaken it's my name. So sometimes they always tell me, Slubi. Oh, but I'm just got it down. You know, I'm just lazy. All right. Okay, SLU actually is my initial because my initial is Suli Lunkan, SLU, right? Yeah, and since it's a social enterprise, V means vision and I means initiative. Yellow color, really minimalist with the tagline natural always. We choose yellow because it gives the picture of Slubi, which is young, crazy, simple, and friendly. The font just a pen black. For us, let's color even better. At the moment, we really leverage on social media like Instagram, Facebook, like TikTok, website, this is our website, and other e-commerce platform to sell Slubi. The best thing about online business, they are limitless and borderless. We could target our customers worldwide. This is true. For example, through Instagram, people could see our products worldwide as long as they are properly promoted. Some of our products have reached the US, UK, Australia, India, the Philippines, Brunei, and Singapore. But we're still using offline method, but not that much. At the moment, our products could be found at retail stores such as pharmacy, Pullman Hotel, Kuching, Bunda Cultural Museum, and Farm Direct Shop. At least twice per month, we participate in art market. Through art market, we get validation or feedback of our product to customer. That's how we improve day by day. We really utilize our social media to the max for selling Slubi. Almost every day we post content on our social media, so people know Slubi is really active in selling online, especially. In a few years of operating Slubi, we have changed a lot, especially on packaging. So you see, this is how we started. Left and right. That was early stages. You could see the evolution of Sylvie packaging, photography. When we have a bit of profit, we invested on packaging and phone with a nice camera. So this is the latest packaging. You could see the evolution of Sylvie packaging and photography. When we had, so this the first one started with a paper ziplock. After that, changed into a plastic ziplock. And now, like this plastic jar. All this packaging could be sourced cheaper from e-commerce platforms such as Shopee, Lazada, Taobao, Alibaba, and so on. From the beginning, we bootstrap to the max. Always go for freestyle. Even like for the models, we always ask from our family and friends. We believe that if we earn our customer trust, they're willing to post honest feedback on our social media. We always do networking in our business. So far, we get a lot of good things through our networking. Through networking, we found our suppliers, collaborators, potential clients, and also feedback on our products. Even before Sylvie, I was active in many startup events, workshops, summit, conference, business matching. So when I got into the business, it's easy for me to tap many network for my business issue. Sylvie always do sponsorship, especially in beauty pageant, where we find skincare and pageantry are relevant. The sponsorship really gets them out there. Talking about challenges, I found out poor financial management is the main cause of startup failure. So I started slowly doing basic financial account. Secondly, maintaining social enterprise is harder than doing commercial business. It's like no sales, the enterprise couldn't help the beneficiaries. No positive impact for the beneficiaries, so it won't be called social enterprise. Hence, there are strict guidelines for being a social enterprise. So far, we have empowered six farming families and managed to get 4,000 customers. Hopefully, in 5 years' time, we could increase the farmers' income around 2K and above per month, impact 10 families, and educate 100K Malaysians about the benefits of natural products. For the long-term goal, we want to build a wellness village so it could sustain the farming ecosystem in Sarawak villages. These are our partners and supporters. This is Sylvie team. I manage the operation and Mel does sales and marketing. So yeah, last year I got chosen for Prestige Hotel 40. These are Sylvie activities and media features. Sylvie live by this word. Don't fall in love with the idea, fall in love with the impact. Means don't get emotionally attached with your business idea. When you love it, you keep on thinking your business idea is always the best, even though in reality it's getting worse. Actually, you must focus on the outcome. Don't live in denial. So if the outcome is bad, so what? Just move on to the next one. It's really simple. If you want to learn more about something, please contact us. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Really interesting presentation on your side. One takeaway that I got from there is that you have used social media to the max, and also using digital marketing to really outreach to everybody in the world, basically, and getting a lot of customers from not only in Sarawak but also other countries as well. So this is something that is really interesting, using the power of digital marketing. All right, so our Next speaker, last but not least, our invited speaker in the morning, Ms. Jill Finlayson, Director of the Expanding Diversity and Gender Equity in Tech, Edge in Tech. Just a little bit bio. Ms. Finlayson supports research initiatives to promote equitable participation of women and other under-included identities in tech. She speaks on inclusive, impact-oriented innovation, equitable workplaces, and effective leadership. So please welcome Ms. Finlayson.
Thank you, and Sarah, I want to say what a great job you've been moderating and what a great panel. Can we give a round of applause? This is amazing. Take my mask off so I can hear better, speak better. I want to take a moment to just sort of debrief and reflect on what I heard from each one of you, because it was absolutely amazing. And what really stood out to me is the word ecosystem. Ecosystem in a lot of different ways. So Khairul, the idea of ecosystem of stages, shepherding people through all the stages of their development, from on-ramps to hackathons to, these challenges, and to all the supports that they need to be successful, which I think is absolutely amazing. So I think the other thing that really stood out is you have very clear success metrics. And I love the fact that doubling the number of patents is in there. That's amazing. And that you're going to increase those crocodile bites. So very, very awesome. Elvi Hassan, I love your organization. I want to talk to you about it afterwards, because I'm like, oh, we've got people doing similar things in the States and sharing best practices and ideas. And from you, I took away the ecosystem of stakeholders and really understanding the distribution chain and all the people who had value in the process and making sure it was a win-win for everybody involved. Really like the fact that you identified some really clear problems for both the farmers, but also for the customers. That's a very, eBay commerce mindset, and understanding that, things have shelf life and they're seasonal and they're hard to find, and how can you solve for those problems was really great. I also love the fact that you kept it simple. Your communication was simple. You really told the value prop very straightforward, but inside that is quite complicated, and that you integrated all of this inclusion and participation across economic barriers was amazing. So I want to thank you for that. And then finally the vendor development. So making sure that people had the upskilling that they need to really participate. And Suli, 40 of 40. Oh my God, so amazing. Yes. And what I took from you from an ecosystem perspective is this idea of understanding how to create a solution authentically, from really understanding a problem. And I think the favorite thing that you said was that, and I think that this can be broadly generalized for Malaysia, the resources are in your own backyard.
Yeah.
I think that's absolutely true. And you're self-taught, but then you jumped right into Khairul's ecosystem. Yeah. And you took advantage of those, because that built your credibility, that built awareness of you and your products. And so I think that was incredible. And the ability to really kind of understand a problem and resource it, and then partner with it, and understand that your employees and all of the people who help you and looking for those frugal, efficient ways of building a business are so core. So I just want to acknowledge this idea of ecosystem running across all three speakers. Amazing. So my ecosystem, of course, is a university. I work at the University of California, and we are trying to create innovators, and that can be from the research side, that can be from the entrepreneur side, all different things. And so when I think about the ecosystem, I think about how do we generate more innovators? That's where my mindset comes from. So I am the director of Expanding Diversity and Gender Equity in Tech. So some of the things I do from an on-ramp perspective is we do an annual symposium where we focus on a technology that's growing exponentially, but where women, people of color, other historically marginalized groups are underrepresented. And we not only talk about what the technologies are, but why they're very cool, why they're extremely interesting, how they can be so impactful. And then we talk about what are the careers, what are the job titles, what are the companies, what are the on-ramps. So we talk about the pathways, both traditional pathways and non-traditional pathways into tech, showcasing people who have their own stories on how they got their startup out the door, because people need to see themselves. They need to see representation on the stage. So we do that annual symposium. We do roundtables with corporate leaders because we want to talk to them about how they can measure, how they can have metrics that are really actionable to increase belonging in the company, to ensure that everybody's voice is heard. So we work with them. And then I work with students. And I work with students to do real projects, to do projects for me, to analyze data, to surface insights, to tell me where the problems exist. So when I think about what we can do to create the next generation of innovators, I think about all that access, and I think about on-ramps, and I think about upskilling, but I also think about exposure. How do we get people seeing entrepreneurs, inventors, startup founders earlier, so that they see this as something that's a plausible pathway to the future? Because if we had everybody participating, our economy would be so much greater and we would have more products. I also think about the fact that when people even get professional schooling, they sometimes don't get practical skills. They don't get applied skills. And so I wanted to raise that question of, if you have a successful startup, how can you give a young person an experience where they learn and they actually have to accomplish something? There's a deadline, there's a deliverable, because that type of learning is so valuable and it really teaches that problem solving. This is what people hire for: working well with others, strategic thinking, being autonomous and self-directed. And to be honest, colleges don't focus on that very much. They focus on just learning the material, but we need to focus on the job skills. So we have this situation where universities are great. They're super knowledgeable, rigorous, proven case studies, extensive research. But we have a world that is changing so very quickly that we don't have the time or the luxury to do things the way we used to do it. We have to change the status quo. We have to get experimental and risky. We have to pilot. We have to learn from the pilot. We have to iterate from the pilot. We have to get just enough information to learn and try. And we have to get, as she did, really close to your customer, right? And understand what their needs are. So these are things that we need to do. So we need different types of people with different types of skills, ethics, creative problem solvers, empathetic, human-centered, people-centered, people who are willing to go out and talk to other people and ask them what's working, what's not working, and continuous learners. So I have a modest proposal, either for universities or for clubs or for activities, to say we need something new. In addition to learning about business and learning about science and learning about these different disciplines, we need to learn about innovation. We need an applied innovation minor. And why I say a minor rather than a major is because I want people to major in governance or social science or history or any major that they're doing. And then I want to layer in innovation on top of that, because how do you want to change government? How do you want to change education? How do you want to change agriculture? How do you want to change healthcare? How do you want to change your world? You need to have these skills. So if you study whatever it is you're passionate about and then layer in innovation, you're going to be much better off. So there's a bunch of core skills, and I've kind of talked about these already. So I'm going to focus on the fact that we need to teach it in a different way. We need a pedagogy that is design thinking. What is design thinking? It means instead of trying to build something and then ask people afterwards if they like it, you go talk to them first and you understand them, you understand their problem, you understand what they're looking for, and then you brainstorm, you come up with ideas, you still don't build it, you prototype it, you mock it up, you go back to those same people and you say, here's what I'm thinking, will this solve your problem? And you get their feedback and you iterate again so that when you finally spend time and money to build an innovative startup, you know there's a product market fit for it. You know there's people out there who want to buy it. So design thinking, I love it. Acumen's offering a free course online. It's available to take a look. You want to have a growth mindset. This room is a room of experts. There's more expertise in this room than there is on the stage. Use the expertise in the room, peer-to-peer learning, project-based, team-based, deliverable-based. You have to work with other people. Do any of you do this by yourself? No, you did not. You have to have this team-based, and it needs to be real. You need to work with real data. You need to work with a real company, because that's when it becomes ingrained in your head. It's not just the learning, it's you know how to do it. And you want it to be something that they're interested in. So learner-centered means it's about the thing that they care about and they want to go solve that problem. Cross-disciplinary goes without saying. So this would be my kickoff class. My kickoff class would be leadership skills, because no matter what you do, you need to be an effective leader, a collaborative leader, an empathetic leader. You need to know what the technologies are, because if you don't know what the technologies are, you won't know how they can help you scale, automate, and achieve things at a scale. And then problem solving, because the problem that you face today is not the problem that you're going to face tomorrow. Did any of you face problems during the course of your setting up your businesses? Just one or two? Was it just one problem you faced when you were starting your business? Oh, no, okay. So there's always this continuous stream of problems, and you're never going to have enough time or information, so you need strategies for decision making. So, at the end of the day, just having white men building technologies is not going to solve for everybody's needs. People solve the problems that they encounter a lot, and if they don't encounter your problem because they don't live in Malaysia, they're not going to solve that problem. Silicon Valley is not going to help you out here, because they don't understand your context, they don't understand your needs, they don't understand your cultural norms. So you have to understand that if you don't build the solutions that are built may not work for you. They're weird, Western, educated, industrialized. I forget what the other two are, but it's a weird group of people developing these technologies. You can't blame the machines when we talk about automating and doing things. The machines are not the reason that it's a problem. The reason it's a problem is the people who designed the machines, the people who selected the data, the people who built the algorithms. They're the ones who are accountable to make sure that the technology works for everyone. And we need everybody at the table. It's not going to work to have you come join us down the road, because it's going to be impossible to reverse engineer. It's going to be possible to undo things that happen in the next year or two. We need to have you at the table building the technologies. And so that's my hope for you. And I'll turn the panel.
Okay, so you have all the panelists presented their thoughts, and I would like to open for Q&A for the audience. If you have anything that you want to ask any of them, to Khairul, LP, Suli, not Zulmi, but owner of Zulmi.
It's fine. Yeah.
Any questions at all you would like to know about scaling up or setting up a business?
Tanya cepat balik.
The questions, maybe I would like to start with one question. Okay, so if you're looking at scale up issues, wherever we are in Sarawak or any other place, what are the common challenges faced by business?
Capital.
Use the mic.
Capital, the money. They want
Capital. All right, you want to elaborate more about it?
Because we need to move fast. This one is based on our experience before. The capital is most important. When you got the capital, after you got the capital, you can appoint the person or the professional that can work with you based on what you want him to do for. Let's say for the one is our CTO, we need to pay her. We must have a capital for managers, for riders, and for the whole ecosystem in our business. So the most important is the capital for us, and then the professional that work in the company.
Okay, Khairul, you have your perspective.
Sure. Thank you so much for the question, actually. Such a good question, because The problem is to identify yourself whether you are at a startup level or are you at a scale-up level. Are you ready to scale up, basically? And Alfie has mentioned that as founders' perspective, and we've been friends for years and years and years. I've seen their ups and downs. For 2 years, I've seen their ups and downs as well. And one thing that I do realize that capital is just one of the key resources that a lot of startups going into scale-up faces. For me, I can summarize it with the issue of having available resources. Those resources include your financial resources, your technical capabilities resources, policies and policies and support from the government resources. So these are the areas that usually are a big challenge for startups that are looking into scale-ups. And I say this because I also understand that let's say currently you are able to provide for, like Sudi is able to provide for impact for 4 families right now. Was it 4 this song? You said 4 families, and then you're looking into providing or impacting 10 families for the next X number of years, right? So to move from 4 to 10, your resources has to also be multiplied by such. But then it's not a very direct, like times 4 is equals that, times 10 is equal that much. So it's very different. It's not necessarily that. One of the things that I think I would advise as a startup is that you have to be able to identify yourself first, where you are currently, and if you're ready for your scale-up phase. And then once you're ready to go into the scale-up phase, you look into your resources and start to prioritize what do you want to achieve first. It's not necessarily the funding. Of course, the funding plays a very, very important role. If you do not have enough capital to afford whatever resources for you to acquire, then it's basically a no-go. But then put it into a different value. Would you be able to acquire human resources or technical expertise or technology, for instance, for a little bit less, but then you're able to impact your growth, your revenue at X number of times, for instance. So these are, I think, one of the biggest challenges. Again, I think it boils down to being able to acquire the resources. From our perspective, we hope to be able to, within the ecosystem itself, if we are not able to directly provide these resources, we hope to be able to connect these startups who are ready for scale-ups to the right person, to the right agencies, to the right organizations, to the right partners to work together with, so that we can accelerate their growth. Yeah, that's kind of for me.
Thank you. How about Cindy?
Yeah, hello. Okay. Yeah, I really agree with what Harold and Alfie said just now. But among all, besides from capacity, but monetary assistance, there's a reality we have to focus on the talent in our own company itself, because we can't, of course, we can't be being a solopreneur forever. We want to move faster, move forward, move bigger. We need a good team. So talking about a good team, we need to find a right talent. But finding the right talent, to be honest, tell me about it, is so hard. Because I had a few startups before I started Smoothie. It's a water commercial. It failed because of the low capacity of good talent in the team itself. So yeah, but I learned from the mistake what I've done before. That's when I kind of started Smoothie. So I kind of rearranged, restructure everything. So it was I learned it through hard way. Yeah, that's all myself.
So. So we have capital, we have resources, we have talent, employees. I would add to that customers and expertise. We need customers to scale our business. And one of the best ways to get customers is to have a network that's going to help you with introductions, companies that will partner with you to introduce you to their customers, and thinking of unusual ways to collaborate. When they say co-opetition, right? You're competitors, but you cooperate because you want to bring more customers to the table. And part of that is then having access to the expertise that you need at the moment you need it. It might be pro bono legal support, it might be so along the lines of all those resources, but it might also just be somebody with the business know-how, the knowledge, and so that kind of comes back to the mentors as well.
Thank you. All right, so challenges, when we talk about business, there's always challenge. How about risks? What are the risks involved when you want to, from moving from startup to scale up? We know that doing a startup itself is already a big leap of, it requires a lot of sacrifices and etc. So what are the risks involved in scaling up? You want to start first, Jill, or?
Oh, putting me on the spot. Okay. All right, risk. So starting a business is risky. And so what you want to do is minimize the risk. And you can do that through some of these resources that we talked about, not taking unnecessary risks, but being aware that failure is not a problem if you can learn from it. So keeping your pilots short and sweet so you can learn something with it without risking too much, right? Taking many small risks. They used to say in Silicon Valley, move fast and break things. The idea being, try it. If it's broken, you'll fix it. Try it. If it's broken, you'll fix it. But nowadays, if you do that, you could be hurting people. You could have these unintended consequences. So I would say move intentionally and be measuring and understand what the impacts are. So I think the way to reduce risk is to take smaller risks and learn from them. You got it. Sorry.
Yeah, I really like what you said just now. KIS about this, keep it simple and short and simple. Yep. So actually, I've done the same thing. In the beginning of the entrepreneurship, there are no risks that I found that it's always about this is always about ambiguous. This is not clear, like the path. So to make sure that we are going to the right direction, it's always about research. So that's what I've done. But luckily, I like research is my forte. So that's how what is it? KISS. Because of course, I've done a lot of mistakes before, but make sure I always learn from it. So that's one of the biggest learning in this entrepreneurship journey. So yeah. All right.
Our risk is we just afraid there's nobody buy from Timoga.com. No. If no customer, there is no salary for me and for the others. That one is our big afraid and big risk. But we cannot avoid from the risk, but we can manage the risk. Means we promise the next day delivery in our website, so we must point it. We must do it what we claim. We said we delivered fresh produce, means that tomorrow morning or when the item is customer receive the items or they purchasing, it means they receive the fresh one, not the rotten one. So means that we not keep our stock. We're not the producer, but we are as a service provider. We are the online service provider, means that we are not keeping stock, but this our reputations. Our reputations means we need to lower the risk. We need to teach the vendors how to manage their goods properly in order to customer have the full satisfaction when they shop with Timoga. But my biggest risk and afraid is nobody buy from Timoga, that's it. Everybody must buy from Timoga. Timoga can get the money. Thank you.
On my side, risk mitigation is it's a skill that must be acquired and learned and practiced by especially the founders of a company, of a startup. And to risk from going from startup into scale up, there's a myriad of things, but and it really depends on the sometimes it's very situational, sometimes it depends on the market, sometimes you come in at a very timely time for you to provide that value to the market, but then it expires eventually, and the risk is, do you keep going or do you pivot? So making this decision is very important, and having that ability is very important. For me, it goes down to your ability to prioritize, your ability to look into your resources and what is available for you at your expense, and then look into the core value, because every now and then you will see people like Subi and Timoga, LP, they have been with their core, they stuck with their core for such a very long time that it's part of them. And to the point that I know that her name is Subi, we've been friends for a long time, but when I talk to people, people call her Scooby, that's her brand. But people recognize. The same goes for LP. Sometimes I don't call, his founder is called, is Heineken, such a very nice name. Can't forget that name, Heineken. But sometimes people don't call him Heineken because they call him Timoga. The value is already there. The prioritization, the core is already there. So in order for them to take risk, they go back to the core. Is this what is worth risking it for, right? And then prioritize, and then go back to the resources that you are available, or you are at your expenses, and then see if this is a good decision. So that's the point.
Thank you. So, all right, you can open the floor. Yes, we have one hand up there. Can we have a microphone?
Betul di sana. Kenapa Eko patutlah Eko tekan? Yes, we are in the fridge now. Fridge.
You cold?
Oh, it's cold.
Hello everyone, my name is Jessica and I'm from the Sarawak Indian Women's Association. I have a question for Mr. Cairo. All right, you were talking about content creating. Well, I am a MasterChef Asia runner-up.
Party, right?
Yes. Yeah, thank you. And I create
familiar.
content for my YouTube channel and also for social media. Now I want to know, I don't have the same support I used to have. Well, it was my daughter, was free of charge. But she's working now, so how can you help me create content and maybe even LP to sell your products? You need to teach people how to cook it. So how can we work together?
For me, I love this. I love this so much. Congratulations, it's such a, so how can I help you? I go back to my ecosystem. So one of the things that we look at, or one of the attributes, if you follow my slide earlier, is the digital creatives portion of it. The digital creatives portion is something that is new that we are looking into. And then we work very closely with SMG, the Sarawak Media Group, as well as TBS, to make sure that these opportunities are passed down to our content creators. They don't have to be big. Of course, TBS is looking into something that is licensable, that is IP protected. But then perhaps from your side, you're not looking at that scale up yet, right? You're probably looking at establishing. So for us, we ask back to the communities, and the questions that we ask is, what kind of support do you need? More often than not, they say, can I get like a recording studio? Can I get some place that I can go to, that can book, that is affordable to me, that has good camera, that has good computers for me to do editings, that has licensed software that I can put and cut and edit my contents on, and then at the end of the day, produce and publish it on whatever platform of my choice. And it is something that we are looking into. So if you go back to our the ecosystem itself, it provides that innovation infrastructure. The digital innovation hub that we have in Samarkand actually is equipped with kind of high-end computers, and we are looking into providing the license software for editing in that as well, in just about any other innovation hubs. So we hope to be able to have this ready hopefully by the end of the year. It's still in the acquisition stage, And then I think from you specifically, this is what we can provide. At the same time, there's also a lot of, I think there's a lot more of you who are aspiring to be content creators, who are just looking into, making a mark and impacting through digital media, social media and such. We're trying to come up with more IP producing programs. That it's a journey. So you come in, you're not looking at maybe 1 or 2 days courses, you're looking at maybe like a 6 months to maybe 2 years programs that you can come in, you're onboarded, learn as much as you can. And then at the end of that, you are able to produce one IP production. In our case, it's Crocodile Bag. You've been part of the production for MasterChef Asia. So you have a little bit of knowledge from the participant side. So maybe we'll invite you to come in to become the producing part also. So this is also something that is within our pipeline as well. And we hope that we'll be able to keep communicating and engaging with not just you, but also the communities that you have, so that together we can make this a very impactful movement. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I hope Sarah will be connected with better. All right. Do you have any more questions from the in the hall?
Yes. Good morning, everybody. I'm Mary from SWWS. I'm speaking on behalf of my extended family member because I'm just fully retired last year to get to really know them and get things going on, having all the time in the world. So I'll give a bit of background before I pose my question here. We do have an ancestral farmland, about 3 hectares, where we have seasonal fruits like rambutans, durians, pineapples, and of course a lot of vegetables. So recently the MCO have caused a bit of anxiety among the younger generation who decided to leave their job, and they are complacent with just selling their fruits to get the money, even the seedlings. So I'm talking about startup. So I'm posing the question to Tomoga, and Jimmy, because this is the first time, to be honest, that I heard about this. How do you get those intended farmers? Because I have a few nephews who said, I'm not going to work, I'm comfortable, I have the money, I can just sell my stainless honey to anybody. But the problem is that we also pose the question to Scoopy. How do we get that stainless honey to your company? Because I have found out that we sent quite a lot to Negeri, and we heard that they are adulterated, mixed with sugar and so on. So that is bad. We would rather sell it pure, like what I did. I took a lot and sold it off to my friends, because we found out that if you put it in the fridge, it will never be fattened. But if you mix with sugar, it has been adulterated, it will be fattened. So it's not good for people. So is there a possibility of how we direct that honey to your country? That's a question. And another question for Anthony also is, what about customer awareness regarding your Chinese local produce? Because like last year, we have the whole round countries, about 10 of them, just like Rob said. I mean, we have the pineapples, we got the squirrels, and we don't find the harvest. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you for the question. Okay, actually, yeah, because for our focus at the moment, for the community in my kampong in Semaga. But if there any people have a produce, agricultural produce, we always welcome them, because this one is inclusive, right? Yes. Yeah, we always welcome as long the produce is organic, no chemicals, there's no hanky-panky, like you said, there's a lot of sugar. Because for our part in Slubi, that's why we have this really strict assessment, and in every ingredients, natural ingredient, especially organic or that, because we observe there's some people that have a 4% like stingers bee honey before, but that's why even from just one sack, I don't know it's a pure or not. So like you say, it's true. Most people they add on sugar into the honey, so which is so bad. So yeah, but in my case, you said it's really pure everything. It should be no problem. So yeah, you could go straight to me later, or yeah, go to our website, go to our social media. If in case for other people also, if you want to keep in touch with us, so it's really welcome, no problem. Yeah.
It's quite college. Brain freeze. By the way, I try to answer your question just now. It's to create the customer awareness, right? Because everybody know rambutan. Everybody know how to eat and how to appreciate the rambutan and how to store it. But how to create people to know and buy your rambutan. The one is actually the one is just like the simple problem, but actually the one is a quite big problem and a risk also, because rambutan have a shelf life is quite short. We must fit with the shelf life of rambutan. If we just like the corn, jagung. For me, before I plant the jagung for around 4 acres. Is equivalent to 4 soccer field sizes of land. I have 3 workers, local, the rural kampung. So what I do is, I also plant a corn. He also plant a corn. He, she, and many people plant a corns. But what I do is I make a big difference. I do like this. I approach all of the schools because I know the schools, the teachers have money. So the most important in business is money. I want them to pay me, that's it. So what I do, I went to the schools, I met all the people, not all the teachers, but I meet only one representative on behalf of the other teachers. So I go to SK here, SK there, sekolah menengah here and there. And I, as a farmer, I know how many jagung will be harvested by next weeks. It's like 2 weeks from now. So I collect the order from them. So upon receive the order, let's say they book 10,000 corn with me. I sell it with 1 ringgit. Each copse is 1 ringgit. So I just put in the truck. I ask my staff to tie it, to put the name there. The one is this group is belong to whom, this basket is belong to whom, that basket is belong to whom, and that basket is belong to whom. So I manage it properly. And I ask my driver to send it to the respective places that I mentioned before. Means that we try to do something else that is not conventional. I never sell corns at the side of the roads. No. Before I harvest it, I sell it first. Already a buyer. I have a buyer before the corns chop from what? Yes. From that one. It's quite cool already. So, like the others, one day before harvest, they still doesn't have any buyers. They don't have any buyers want to buy with them. But for me, 2 weeks before I harvest, I already have a buyer. All of my corns already cooked. So, I'm not afraid at all because I have a buyers. The same like just like the rambutan. I think the best way is we in Timoga, we can talk to our team later. In Timoga, we have a pre-order schedule, is it? Pre-order means that the customer, they say you have tens of trees of rambutan. So it's expected to be harvested by next 2 weeks. So you can advertise it in timoga.com. So the customer allowed to order, pre-book from you, and they will pay. Upon harvest by 2 weeks later, you harvest it and we collect it and send to the customer. That's it. Is that the most important is we must let the customer know what we have and when we harvest it. That's it. Thank you.
So, madam, the first thing that you need to do is probably get registered at the Timoga first. After this event. But yeah, true. So one of the things that we can come in is that we're looking into improving agriculture yields and produce. There's a lot of IoTs and technologies that we can test and pilot in some of the seasonal fruits. Maybe we're looking at more yields per season. Maybe we're looking at instead of it being a seasonal fruit, we can produce it throughout the year. But this is again reaching for the stars. We'll be happy to connect you with our research and product development team to see if your farm can be one of the pilot farms for some of our projects as well. So I hope this helps. So another one is because you also mentioned that there are sometimes overproducing and you are not able to sell it to your customers and becomes rotting on the side, right? Another thing that you can look into is preserving these fruits and turning it into like giraffe or whatever, turning it into a different downstream products. And this is something that it adds value to your farm as well. And before I say anything, just on the topic of rambutan, last week one of my friends shared the price of rambutan in Medina. It's 66 Riyal. That's about 80 ringgit for just not even, it's about 150 gram. 150 gram is like 5 or 6 rambutan with the skin. This is not peel, it's with the skin. And I'm like, 66, 70, close to 80 ringgit. So maybe this is something that you would not want to look into if you're producing, as in exporting it outside. So look into this as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all of the panelists. So our time is not at our side right now. So we cannot take any more questions. But before that, could I have a final piece of advice from each of you to the audience regarding startup and also scale up? I think this is something that is really interesting to know. What would be your final advice? Okay, so do you want to go?
No, we'll start with
yeah.
we put on the spot.
So thank you so much. Let me try to go first. I'm going to try to summarize this as quickly and as concisely as possible. Just like what Suli mentioned, that resources is available abundantly just at the back of your house, backyard, your own backyard, right? And then there's opportunities to digitize and help and leverage on people just like Timoga. They're not the producers, but they are able to connect the produce and the customers. For us, we are looking into building that ecosystem that is able to provide and connect everybody. So there's a lot of dots, there's a lot of gaps, there's a lot of opportunities that we have within our ecosystem in Sarawak and beyond Sarawak also. But with those gaps, I think comes opportunities. So go back to your own core, go back to your own vision and mission, go back to your own value proposition. Identify the resources that you need, prioritize them, and then hopefully you can look back into our ecosystem and participate in some of the initiatives, some of the projects, some of the programs, apply for the grants. And then if there's none for you there, put the work in. Be it on our social media, on LinkedIn, on Facebook. We are in all of this. Instagram as well. It's SWK ecosystem, Sarawak ecosystem. And then we'll try to see if we can provide that. We are not here to compete. We are here to enable you to do your success. The only thing that I would request at the end of the day is that once you are able to be successful at where you are, pass on the knowledge and then give opportunities to others as well. Don't even have to quote us. We've done our job, and hopefully that's how we can keep the ecosystem up and thriving on its own. All right? Thank you.
The main thing is we need to focus 100% on what we do. That's it. 100% we need to focus. If you want to cook rice, you make sure you cook rice perfectly before you can cook sayur or vegetables. Don't cook together. It can't be like that. You need to focus on certain things and make sure it becomes success. Actually, my background is not based on logistics or based on plantation. I'm the educator. I have a degree and master in early child education, clinical psychology. And then I work with I am lower education and become the principal of the kindergarten and with the 300 teachers, 300 of students. And then I moved to Shah Alam. From the headmaster, I moved to GM for the fleet department, Ninja Logistics, the Singaporean company, before I decided to resign. because I don't have any siblings, and my fathers and my mothers are getting old, so I turn back to Kuching and do my own business and be a part of the Moga teams. Means that you can do many contra things, not only focus to one things, but the most important is anything you do, you must focus. If today you cook Oriental food, you must make it done. If tomorrow you want to paint something, you must make it done. And later you want to plant something, you must make it done. That's it. Focus. Do not lose your focus. And work hard also, work smart. Thank you. Madam Mike?
All right. I'm not going to say much because on technical stuff, Harold already said it a lot. Even in my previous slide also, I have talked about it. But just words of wisdom in entrepreneurship. So first thing first, you have to love what you do, because if you love what you do, you don't feel like working. Doesn't matter how long. So you keep on going, thriving. Secondly, yeah, it's okay to do a lot of mistakes. You just play around with it, because once you are in the system, you see which is right and wrong, then you know what to do. So yeah, that's all. Thank you.
So again, I'm going to steal from my panelists because that's what I love to do. Love the fact that you have to learn, but not just learn, you have to share that knowledge. You have to pass that knowledge on. I love the fact that you have to focus, but I think embedded in focus is you have to start. You just have to start. You can overthink, you can be paralyzed by all the things that could go wrong. Think about the things that can go right. You have to love what you do.
Yeah.
Because it's super hard, and that's what's going to allow you to persist in the face of difficulty and trauma and challenges, and it'll get you that glory at the end. Yeah, and exactly. I think the last thing I would say is your customer. Just know your customer, know their problems, empathize with their problems, talk to them. Test your assumptions, because you have told yourself stories about what they want, why they want it, what their needs are, but ask them, because you could be wrong. Your assumptions could be wrong. So know your customer, talk to your customer, co-create with your customer. Ask them, what is the value of this good? Would you pay more for it? Because chances are you're underpricing your goods. And ask them, what's missing? How can I do this better? Because then you're going to improve your products. And then to the person who was talking earlier, co-market, go where your customer is, and talk to the other influencers who are talking to your audience, talk to the places of distribution where your customers go. It really comes down to knowing your customer. And in Malaysia, you know, if you know your customer, your opportunities, I'm going to steal from you, are limitless.
Okay, thank you so much, everybody. So please give big a round of applause to all of my with that, thank you. And let me pass the floor to the floor manager. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sarah. We thank the panelists and the moderator, Dr. Sarah, for the panel session.
Sarah! Woo!
All the panelists and moderators will remain on stage for our next slide. Next, may we invite Yang Rakyat Dato' Haji Nurhayati Haji Ismail to be chairman of ASAM to present token of appreciation to the panelists and moderator.
Call us, they couldn't talk and move. If I keep on checking it, it's getting stiff.
May we first invite Ms. Finlayson.
Oh, yeah.
Please give her a round of applause for
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, Mas, aku mau senyum.
Thank you so
Aku mau senyum.
Aku mau senyum.
Very interesting.
Simpan, Mas.
Thank you for hosting.
Next, may we invite our first panelist today, Mr. Khairul Azlan, called SDEC. Round of applause for Mr. Khairul.
Oh,
look at that.
Yeah, it's a very on my race, like my ex neck. Beware. Tango, we call it. Yeah. If you got a daughter, ask her where.
Put it on for a picture.
Our second panelist, Mr. Alfi Hassan from Semoga Sejahtera.
His shoulders are here.
Our third panelist, Ms. Bilukan Ana Anthony Kabel from and last but not least, our moderator, Dr.
Hey, US ambassador.
Thank you very much, Yang Maria Dato, and thank you to all panelists and moderators. Ladies and gentlemen, our program has come to its end, and we would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone for coming. And those who will join us through Zoom. And also, we hope that you will be able to join us in our future programs and activities. A gentle reminder to all participants, please fill in the program's evaluation form and return to our secretariat before leaving. Thank you, and we'd like to see you next time.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. Thank you for moderating. Great job. People underestimate how much fun cookies are.
Yes.
Just throwing some credit your way. It's a thing.
research.
Yeah, you think you have things moving.
Yes,
Get the audience to participate.
Yes. So how long are you going to stay in Fiji?
We're actually on our way. This was a stop tour. I was in 5 cities in
Really?
in 10 days.
Hopefully you get enough sleep.
Yes, well, I'll on the plane home, right?
2 hours?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, Japan.
Yeah, Japan. Narita. Very important.
Can we take a photo together?
Yeah, sure. Of course, it's a must.
Pustaka Negeri Sarawak, wadah ilmu untuk semua. Bersama kita manfaatkannya. Pustaka Negeri Sarawak, berteknologi dan berusaha, berkhidmat ikhlas untuk kita. Pustaka Negeri Sarawak. Tersergam indah megah, menjadi kebanggaan kita, bukti wawasan dicita, maklumat dan pengetahuan, penuh terhimpun harta ilmu untuk kita taruhkan. Pustaka Negeri Sarawak, wadah ilmu untuk semua. Bersama kita manfaatkannya. Pustaka Negeri Sarawak, teknologi dan berusaha, berkhidmat ikhlas untuk kita. Pustaka Negeri Sarawak. di Sarawak.